I would now like to call the March 3rd, 2026 Longmont City Council study session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed on the city's YouTube channel, longmontpublicmedia.org/watch, or on Comcast channels 8 and 880. Can we have a roll call, please?
Absolutely. Mayor Susie Hidalgo-Faring.
Present.
Diane Christ.
Present.
Alex Kolkoffer.
Present.
Jake Marcin.
Here.
Sean McCoy.
Present.
Matthew Popkin.
Here.
Crystal Prieto.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum present.
Great. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anyone wishing to speak at public invited to be heard will need to add their name to the list outside the council chambers. Oh, thank you. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at public invited to be heard. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. We are now at item 3, motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Okay, seeing no one. Let's see, now we are on to public invited to be heard. So I'm going to call, so it looks like we have about 20. So I'm going to call 4 people at a time. So if you want to make your way either in the front row or there's a couple of seats up here, you can do that as well. So the first 4 names, Shaquille Dalal, Ginny Schuster, Dylan Rankin, and Meg Reeder. Thank you.
Check.
Yep.
Shaquille Dalal, 219 Francis Street. Mayor and members of council, trust in government is at an all-time low. We often tell ourselves that our elections are free and fair, and technically they are. The rules are followed, the ballots are counted, and the winners are sworn in. But we need more than just technically correct elections. Residents must know that theirs is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Most people think that our current first-past-the-post system is straightforward and fair. But in reality, it requires voters to become game theorists. Anyone who's ever been pressured to not throw away their vote on a third-party candidate or told that they must vote for the lesser of two evils to avoid a spoiler has been a victim of this game. It is a system that requires us to vote against what we fear rather than what we believe in. Ranked choice voting changes that math. It eliminates the incentives for tactical voting by allowing people to rank candidates in the order of their preference. It ensures that no one is told that their vote for the person they most believe in won't matter. It shifts the power from the game back to the voter. And we know that it works. In jurisdictions as diverse as Alaska and New York City, 85 to 96% of voters reported that RCV was simple to use. In Longmont, only about half of our registered voters typically participate in city elections. RCV can change that. Data shows that voters in ranked choice elections are 17% more likely to turn out. Young voters in particular are more engaged by RCV because it encourages civility. It even incentivizes candidates to work together. Last year is famously illustrated by Zoran Mamdani and Brad Lander in the New York City mayoral election. This creates better government by training elected officials that cooperation will be rewarded and obstructionism punished. Critics often worry that it's complicated, but roughly 70% of voters in RCV systems choose to rank more than one candidate. This shows that they understand the system and they know how it works. We should take advantage of the public education programs of these other cities. Speaking of young voters, you should know how many young voters there are in the room tonight. How often do you see this many civically engaged people in their 20s? You should carefully consider what those young people would infer if we do not honestly consider switching to RCV. We don't have to wait for trust to magically reappear. We have the tools to build it. Proportional ranked choice voting is a proven, pragmatic upgrade that replaces strategic cynicism with genuine representation. It is my firm opinion that Longmont should lead on this issue by referring a measure for RCV to the voters this year.
Great, thank you. Ginny?
Hi there. I'm Ginny Schuster, 544 Hilltop. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here because I have serious concerns about implementing RCV, ranked choice voting, in our city. From conversations that I've had in the community, many residents are unfamiliar with how the system works. That raises important questions. How do you plan to educate the public thoroughly before implementing a major change to our voting process? Currently, we have a voting system that people understand. It's straightforward, one person, one vote, and results are typically available quickly. What specific problems are we trying to solve by changing the current system? Is this change being proposed because of one unusual election with many candidates? And if so, does that justify a permanent structural change? I'm also concerned about the cost and logistics. What will the total implementation be, including equipment, training, public education, and ballot redesign? Will this begin as a pilot program? And if so, how will success or failure be measured? Should residents expect delayed results compared to our current system? Transparency and trust. Those are extremely important in elections. Who will be responsible for tabulating and auditing ranked ballots? How will you ensure transparency and public confidence in the counting process? I also have questions about voter ID policies. Why are we considering making voting more complex rather than focusing on enforcement of existing election safeguards? How does this proposal align with ongoing discussions at the state or federal level regarding voter ID and election security? Many candidates work very hard to get on the ballot, as I know you guys do. Gathering signatures, campaigning, and engaging voters. Voters then choose the candidate that they prefer. What is fundamentally wrong with the current system voting method that requires this change? My concern is that complexity can create confusion, increased cost, delayed outcomes, and public frustration. I respectfully ask that you carefully consider whether this change is truly necessary and whether the public has been adequately informed and consulted. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. Dylan Rankin?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I bet you have absolutely no idea what I'm here to talk about. My name is Dylan Rankin. I run Ranked Choice Voting for Longmont, and we're so excited that you will be having a conversation tonight about the potential use of ranked choice voting, or RCV, in Longmont elections. And I want to say a huge thank you both to each of you, but also to our city and county staff, especially to Clerk Quintana, Clerk Fitzpatrick, and the amazing people who work in their offices who did the legwork to prepare for this conversation. Thank you all so much for taking the time to explore this issue in depth and with the attention to detail that it deserves. And before you begin, myself and a few other RCV for Longmont affiliated speakers want to offer a few thoughts to get the conversation started. Firstly, I want to clarify that we at RCV for Longmont are not advocating for RCV because we're convinced that it's some sort of electoral cure-all or silver bullet. Adopting RCV is not going to magically solve every problem that Longmont elections face overnight. We are in favor of it, however, because the forms of RCV that are currently authorized in Colorado law offer a certain specific benefits over the voting methods that Longmont currently uses, namely the prevention of the spoiler effect and proportional representation. As Meg and Andrew will discuss after me, we are strongly in favor of multi-winner ranked choice voting because of the proportional outcomes that it delivers, which is something that the single winner version does not do. That said, we do still prefer single winner ranked choice voting to the voting methods that Longmont currently uses because it prevents the spoiler effect and mitigates the current incentives to vote strategically and not run for office out of fear of costing another similarly aligned candidate victory. All in all, though, I want to emphasize that the benefits of ranked choice voting are context dependent, so we would strongly encourage you not to examine voting methods in a vacuum, but instead think about how Longmont's electoral process as a whole could be improved. Secondly, though, I just want to say that our city already has amazing elections. Voter turnout in Longmont is routinely double the national average for municipal elections, and as page 29 of your packet tonight will show you, voters usually have lots of candidates to choose from. Longmont elections are safe, secure, expertly administrated, and incredibly easy for voters to participate in. We just see RCV as a way to improve the fantastic elections we already have, and we hope that you will agree with us. So thanks again for your time and for your thoughtful consideration, and with that, I'll turn it over to Meg. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dylan. Meg, come on up.
My name is Meg Reeder. I've recently joined the very impressive people at RCV for Longmont. For us, RCV is all about democracy. It's about voting for an elected body that truly represents its voters. In a representative democracy, this means proportional representation. If Party A wins 30% of the vote, they should win just about 30% of the seats on that body. And the simplest way to achieve proportional representation is to elect more than one winner on a ranked ballot. This is multi-winner or proportional ranked choice, PRCV. Here's one way I like to think about it. I work at a local construction company, and I often have to order lunch for a large group of very different people. You can imagine the opinions, but being the benevolent manager I am, I want to take in the full opinions of the people. Say my coworker, Ariana, wants the spicy chicken strips, but she also wants a Caesar salad to go with it. If we're choosing lunch with PRCV, Ariana could rank spicy chicken first, Caesar salad second. If the chicken wins by a landslide, it doesn't need her vote to win. Her vote goes to the Caesar salad instead. What if you don't want salad or spicy chicken? To create a system that proportionally represents all voters, PRCV also needs enough winning options. With 5 winning slots instead of 2, more people get what they really want. Proportional RCV creates a system with enough options to represent the voting body. When you look at the table made by PRCV, everyone's preferences are reflected. Now on the table will be spicy chicken, chicken sandwiches, and a little bit of Caesar salad. This, as you can tell, is our favorite option. PRCV used to elect 3 or more winners creates a system where almost every voter gets meaningful representation. But of course, we're flexible, excited for all forms of RCV, and just really excited that we're having this discussion, and we're very grateful for it. Andrew will talk next about what this means for protected classes, but I hope that you take away from what I'm saying is that if we create a system that fairly represents us all, when the voting body is seen as more than just the majority's perspective, the results will speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Barton. And then I'd like to also call up Tal Minier, Celeste Laundrie, Matthew Wellborn, and Alex Linton.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Andrew Barton, Program Manager for Colorado Common Cause. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit organization dedicated to fighting for a more equitable and representative democracy for all. We are in strong support of the proposed implementation of both single and multi-winner ranked choice for our ward and at-large elections, respectively. According to the 2025 American Community Survey, about 35% of our city's population is non-white. While Ward 3 has the largest non-white population, voters of color are spread relatively strongly across Longmont. We're very fortunate to have a council that is so reflective of our community, but our current election system is not one that guarantees or properly supports this kind of reflective council. Under both federal legal precedent of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and state precedent under the state voting rights acts across the country, ranked choice voting is a widely recognized remedy for real and potential voter dilution caused by the winner-take-all method of election currently used. In the winner-take-all method of election, many voters of color do not consistently have the electoral ability to reliably elect candidates of their choice in proportion to the population. Both single and multi-winner ranked choice are established court-recognized remedies that ensure election outcomes more accurately reflect voter preference, especially the voting preferences of protected class voters, including racial, ethnic, and language minority groups. Ranked choice voting directly addresses this issue of voter dilution, especially when implemented in at-large elections, which in our current method of election are among the most susceptible to voter dilution of minority voters. It allows voters to support candidates who genuinely reflect their values and priorities without fear of wasting their vote or having to strategically vote for candidates less aligned with their values. By transitioning to ranked choice voting, we'll be able to protect the voices of all residents in our democracy, protect against unwanted voter dilution, and ensure that our elections structurally result in a council that authentically reflects our community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, Tal.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tal Minier, and I am the last of those speaking on behalf of RCV for Longmont tonight. Building on what previous speakers have said, we think ranked choice voting has the potential to greatly improve the quality of our city's elections. We are especially excited about Longmont's potential to be a leader as the first city in the state to use multi-winner or proportional RCV in its municipal elections. As already discussed, multi-winner RCV offers everything that's great about single-winner RCV while also providing proportional representation, making sure elected bodies are ideologically and demographically reflective of the electorate that voted for them. As a form of proportional representation, multi-winner RCV makes sure that as many voters as possible can use their ballot to elect a candidate of choice. It's also strongly correlated with increased voter turnout, something I think all of us here want to see. Fair representation matters to me, and it matters to us. We're thrilled that you're looking at improving our elections. This is a rare opportunity to make a substantial improvement to our city's whole electoral system. We are confident that with the support of our amazing county clerks, Longmont can design and implement an RCV policy that gives voters more choice and more voice in shaping the city's future. The changes Longmont makes could stand as a model for other communities, leading the way towards the trust and fairness everyone deserves in the democratic process. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Celeste?
Hello, Council. My name is Celeste Landry, and I live in the city of Boulder. But my friend Gaithia Weiss is not available to come today,
Oh, sorry. Continue.
so I'm also speaking sort of on her behalf. You may have seen my name in the packet because the What is RCV Anyway article has my name as the author. I want to say that it was actually a team effort. The League of Women Voters of Boulder County's voting methods team wrote that article. And there are many types of RCV listed in that article. As Dylan said, only 2 are authorized in Colorado, and those are the 2 that are being proposed for Longmont. The article before mine in the packet was information from the RCV Resource Center, and I talk weekly with Chris Hughes and George Gilbert, who are listed in there, so shout out to them. One person talked about wanting to make sure we have one person, one vote, but I want to assure that person that the 2 kinds of RCV that are under consideration here are, in fact, one person, one vote. In fact, the multi-winner one, the technical name is single transferable vote. So you get one vote, but it can move from one candidate to another. I'm a huge fan of the multi-winner proportional representation form of ranked voting. And in fact, yesterday I was testifying at the state capitol in favor of keeping that in a bill. Proportional representation is the gold standard for representation. And I hope that Longmont seriously considers doing it. One person said that it would be the first time in Colorado, but that's not actually true. The city of Boulder used the proportional form for 31 years, and in fact, my house was a polling place for a couple decades, including some of the decades when Boulder was using that. It has been used in Cambridge since 1941, and so when Boulder and Cambridge used it in the 20th century, they did it by hand. So it is totally implementable. Now Cambridge does do it with an electronic tabulation, and recently Portland adopted it and had excellent proportional results. So I encourage you to look at both forms of RCV and adopt it. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Matthew?
Hello, I'm Matthew Welborn, and I just wanted to share actually some of just my feelings around ranked choice voting and why I like it. And in reflection, I was thinking about just like the big idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I was reflecting on, I've been fortunate to live in Oklahoma, Colorado, and Virginia, and so like a lot of different political realities. And I've also just had my own different political opinions and such. And so as a result, I've voted for a lot of losers. Oftentimes I vote for losers. So it just kind of makes me sad to vote sometimes, knowing that it's just going to be a loser, but I still like to vote anyways. However, what draws me to RCV is like there's a lot of opportunities with the RCV methodology to have my vote count for something, ideally to contribute to a potential winner. And so in light of just this pursuit of happiness, I think voting for winners would make me a lot happier. So that's why I'm for RCV.
Thank you. Alex? And also, I'm going to go ahead and call down Lucy Utke? Utke, thank you. Morgan Holloway, Morgan Trexler, and Kellen Lask. That's why I like for you to repeat it when you get to the mic. No, I goof it up.
Hi, my name is Alex Littman at 2450 Airport Road, but I'm not here to talk about the airport. I'm here to talk about ranked choice voting, of course, and the current frustration I have with the federal government. Not just the current administration, but the Democrats too. Everything ICE is doing right now, the rollback of trans rights and the spiking cost of living in the United States have all been co-signed by Democrat congressmen. After the January 6, 2021 coup attempt, not a single organizer was brought to justice by the Democrat-appointed AG. Without any authoritative voice pushing back at the current administration, it is easy for me to feel hopeless and become disillusioned with the electoral process. I feel that despite the national desire for something, anything better, no candidate other than those handpicked by oligarchs has had the chance to throw their hat into the ring. Last election, the Democrats didn't even bother to hold a primary. If someone is punching you in the face repeatedly and a second person is holding you down so that you can't defend yourself, both of those people are charged with assault, and for good reason. Both of these parties are responsible, and yet our current electoral system prevents even a hope of pursuing anything new. When my only two choices are someone that wants me dead and someone that wants me dead and is also incompetent, I'm forced to pick the latter. That is not choice, that is not democracy. Anything short of ranked choice voting in our election is anti-democracy, anti-science, and anti-human. Longmont now has the chance to show Washington how it's done. Implementing ranked choice voting at the local level lays the groundwork for implementation in higher order elections. And as ranked choice voting becomes normalized, the easier and more effective ranked choice elections become in the future. In my opinion, the biggest threat to our country is apathy. Please, let's fix this before it's too late.
Thank you. Lucy?
My name is Lucy Utke.
And can you bring your mic a little closer to me?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
My name is Lucy Utke. I know that pronunciation is confusing, so you're fine. I live on Airport Road, and I'm a happy resident of Longmont. I wanted to express my interest in ranked choice voting. Last election, I was torn between Susie Hall-Gelfering, hello, and Shaquille Dalal as candidates for mayor. While both were excellent candidates, I felt that Shaquille better represented my political views and interests. But I felt conflicted between the two because I felt Susie had a better chance against other candidates, and I was worried about my vote spoiling the election result. I'm certain I wasn't the only one feeling this way. It's because of our current voting system that this dilemma was ever present. If I have to consider spoiler effects, then my vote doesn't accurately represent my views, and votes that don't represent the people making them spoils the whole point of democracy in the first place. Thank you for your time and for considering ranked choice voting for a long time.
Thank you. Morgan?
Hello, I'm Morgan Holloway, and I live on Ptarmigan Drive in the city of Longmont. I'm a new resident, and to be quite frank, when it comes to ranked choice voting, I see it more so as being able to get my voice out besides just being a form of protest, to put it lightly. If I vote in any major election whatsoever, and none of the choices actively seek my benefit or seek the benefit of my community and the people that I love around me, then as a form of protest, the best choice of action is to vote on the one that is most likely not going to win. And all ranked choice voting would allow me to do is to actively vote for not only, say, who I want, but you as well, Susie, or anybody else who is also running, and actively get my voice out and let it be heard without the fear of it just being cast aside as a dead ballot. If I were to do that in Longmont, for instance, and many other people also do, then there's a possibility that can actually extend further and be seen by Washington, be seen by larger municipalities and larger state governments. And if that happens, then more people will be able to actually get their voices out. And that is why I'm for ranked choice voting.
Thank you. Morgan?
Morgan Trexler, 521 Terry Street. I'm here to support ranked choice voting, but I want to talk about something that's a little bit different than what's happening maybe at the federal level. I want to talk about movies. I want to talk about the Oscars. So back in 2008, it was a great year for cinema, and The Dark Knight Rises was a big popular movie that came out. It was the best movie of the year. And so when they came time for the Oscars, though, everybody voted on what they wanted the Oscar nominee for best film to be. And The Dark Knight Rises, everybody thought like, oh, that's going to be the one. And it wasn't because of the spoiler effect. And so since then, for the Oscars, they have gone to ranked choice voting so that they don't have this repeat of the spoiler effect that they had back in 2008. This same effect makes a ton of sense for the political system. And so that's one of the reasons that I would encourage you to consider ranked choice voting. Another reason is that now I'm going to give you a counterpoint to ranked choice voting. Minneapolis mayor candidates in 2018, after their final debate, came together and sang "Kumbaya," like on TV, to celebrate like their collaboration together. And so I want you all to imagine right now, Susie and Diane Christ, we've got Steve and we've got Shaquille. I want you to imagine them all coming together and singing "Kumbaya" together up on TV. That was because ranked choice voting created a dynamic where the candidates had to work together and support each other going through this process and highlight each other's benefits and try and convince each other that, hey, you know, I might not be your first choice, but I'd be a great second choice. And so if you don't want to all get up and sing "Kumbaya" together, I can understand not voting for ranked choice voting. I get it. But if you want to create a political system where everyone wants to work together, I think it makes a lot of sense to vote for ranked choice voting. And so I just want to thank the City Council for taking the time to consider this. I really appreciate it. I'm really excited about the possibility of having ranked choice voting here in Longmont. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Kellen? And then Lance Whitaker, Will Evanowski, John Lemke, and Stephen Schwartz, be ready to go.
Quite an energetic act to follow. Kellen Lask, Longmont City resident. Yeah, hopefully this is coherent. I started work at 6 a.m. This is exciting. Ranked choice voting has been an issue that I have been following for like 2 decades now. Ever since I learned in a math class that discrete mathematics has a subfield dedicated to voting science. And in that subfield, they define out 4 fairness criterion that allow you to actually assess how fair a voting system is. Our system, first past the post voting system, is one of the worst voting systems you can use. It has a lot of problems. One of the big ones is spoilage by irrelevant alternatives. So you get the issue of smaller people coming and taking votes from bigger people who otherwise would have won. And ranked choice voting does not have that problem. It actually resolves several of the fairness criterion. And yeah, that's kind of the math of it. I'm a lead software engineer. I've been doing that for over a decade. And yeah, one of the things that people in my field look at when we assess something is we look at the information content of a system. So if you think of voting, you think of checking a box next to a name. That has the information content of a single bit of information. That's a 1 or a 0, an A or a B, a true or a false, a winner or a loser. That creates polarization in our system. I feel like I don't really have to remind people that the United States has become an increasingly polarized country. A big piece of why that has happened is because of our voting system. This binary voting system defines out winners and losers in a binary party system. That's why other countries have multiple parties, whereas we just have 2. Ranked choice voting isn't going to fix any of that overnight. It probably won't fix it in decades, but it will increase the likelihood that we can move away from that polarization towards working together to solve the problems that face our communities. I, for one, as a voter, feel like I have a right for my voice to be heard. Losing most of the information about my preferences on candidates is not having my voice heard, right? I think it's very intuitive to rank your preferences of I prefer candidate A over candidate B, candidate D over candidate C, candidate E at the absolute worst. I hate them. I feel like that's a very intuitive thing. We do that all the time when we're talking to our, our partners and our friends and our coworkers. So yeah, ranked choice voting.
Yeah, thank you. Lance?
Mayor and Council, my name is Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Been a longtime resident for over almost 45 years now here in Longmont. Often vote. I would like to remind everybody today is Soup It Forward Day. It is also National Pancake Day, so you can thank IHOP for that one. Mulled Wine Day. It is also National Cold Cuts Day and National I Want to Be Happy Day. So everyone be happy today for one reason or another. It is also Alexander Graham Bell's birthday, and he shares it with the blonde bombshell Jean Harlow, if anybody knows who Jean Harlow is. Not a big fan of ranked choice voting. Like I said, I vote often, and most of the time I do vote for the losers. Ain't that right, Chris?
She is not. She is a winner. Yeah.
Love you always, you know that. Susie, thank you for your time and very much.
Thank you. Will? Ouch. Hit me.
Hi, my name is Will Vanoski. I live at 1317 Johnston Court. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to voice my support for ranked choice voting. No matter which side of the political spectrum one falls, there's an ever-increasing feeling that voters must pick the lesser of two evils at the voting booth. The binary choice is thrust upon them by a system which necessarily, and I mean necessarily mathematically, results in only two major parties being viable. The voting system our country has used, which may have made sense in a simpler era, has been poisoned over time by power accumulation, not only by the influence of large sums of money being introduced even into local elections, but the two major parties themselves who benefit greatly by the status quo. There is a reason why both major political parties tend to oppose ranked choice voting, and that is this. It dilutes their hold on power and increases the effort required to win votes. With ranked choice voting, voters are free to vote for candidates who most align with their values without worrying about the spoiler effect and whether a candidate of polar opposite goals will gain the office instead. Ranked choice voting introduces competition in what today is a duopoly and a broader representative base which encourages debate and mutual respect. Today, parties only compete at the margins for swing voters. Ranked choice voting forces them to compete for every voter, including their own, because a credible alternative can receive an honest expression of support without consequence. The City of Longmont has never shied away to be a leader on issues that matter, and this is no different. The City of Longmont is a leader across the nation in many ways. We've been recognized by the United Nations as a resilience hub. We provide affordable city-run internet and electricity services, provide voters an amazing mail-in ballot service, and so much more. I would love to see Longmont lead the state and the nation by modernizing our voting system to better represent our population, first at the local level and eventually as an advocate for the system nationwide. I urge this council to explore a pilot of ranked choice voting for our local elections and to bring this question to Longmont voters. Thank you.
Great, thank you. John?
Good evening. My name is John Lemke. You'll have to apologize if I already told this joke, but I was at Unity in the Community. I was walking with my wife, and I saw Council Member McCoy, and I said, "Oh, there's Sean McCoy." And she's like, "Isn't he a football player?" And I was like, "No, you're thinking LaShawn McCoy from the Buffalo Bills." So she totally thought that a Buffalo Bills player was here in Longmont. This is a cheeky take, and I'm glad somebody else brought up the mathematics of voting. There is only one perfect voting system that has no mathematical downsides, and that's a dictatorship. So we'll start there. I don't want people to argue about the complexities and the downsides of ranked choice voting and think that that adding a little complexity makes it worse. I also want to talk about anecdotes and the Buffalo Bills. One time, the Buffalo Bills held the Patriots, Tom Brady, scoreless. To think that the Bills were going to beat Tom Brady repeatedly is a little ridiculous. We lost almost every game outside of that. But I want to bring that to ranked choice voting. People will talk about, oh, in this one election somewhere, it got a little wonky and this person won, and we don't think they should have. Those are single elections where that's an anecdote. One time, one place, sort of awkwardly. I'll give you an example. In Alaska, people were concerned that the center squeeze effect caused the most moderate candidate to lose. But in New York City, we have somebody who's really liberal win. In Utah, the most cities in the country use ranked choice voting, which is a super conservative state. So it's not a matter of, is this going to help moderates? Is it going to help conservatives? Is it going to help liberals win? It's to help people get elected that most represent citizens' views. I want to take a little less contentious take. I'm a conservationist. One of the struggles that I have is there aren't people that campaign on conservation, and that's hunting and fishing. Like, I want somebody who's going to talk about, what are we going to do about the big elk and deer die-offs that happened a couple winters ago? What are we going to do about barbed wire fences that are too low, killing antelope in the winter? It's not something candidates can campaign on because it's not what fires people up. I believe that if we had proportional representation, somebody could, and ranked choice voting, campaign on that, make that central, bring awareness to things that I find are important, but there's not, the majority of people in this state are not conservationists. They're not people who go hunting and fishing. So I do want to wrap up with my cheeky comment that the only perfect election system is a dictatorship, but I don't think the majority of people here would like that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Stephen Schwartz. And then the final three, Stephen Altschuler, Thomas King Baker, and Jesse Kumin. Be ready to go.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Stephen Schwartz, 624 Emery Street. I'm a new resident. I arrived Christmas Day. This is my first council meeting.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to voice my support for some form of ranked choice voting. The two-party system dominates American politics, and the two-party system is a significant factor in stifling democracy by fostering intense polarization. Something that mitigates polarization is something that I can support. The styles of RCV allowed in Colorado allow third and perhaps even fourth parties to be viable options in an election. More options mitigate polarization, and that's why I support RCV. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Stephen?
Good evening. Steve Altschuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. I got to tell you, damn, I love this country. Those founding fathers did a fantastic job. They could foresee the future and the problems that might come up like no people we've ever had on earth. And the voting system right now is one man, one vote, which is really one person, one vote, but it was a different time back then. So if you vote for person A and person A doesn't win, so your vote gets to transfer down to person B and person B doesn't win, then your vote gets to go down to person C and maybe that person finally wins, you've literally voted 3 times. That is against everything that was designed by our founding fathers on how to run elections and how to do a vote. So to me, it's very unconstitutional. There's another situation going on here too. Pretty much every city and state that has been looking at ranked choice voting has been liberal. And I know that the majority of the council here is liberal, so you guys will probably be very happy about this. But in my opinion, what ranked choice voting does is it keeps the party in power in power. And I'll give you the example of Longmont. Let's say Longmont is 65% liberal and 35% conservative. When I ran last year, I ran against several other liberal people. I had a chance at having my voice heard and winning a seat on the council because they could divide up the vote. But with ranked choice voting, you throw all that out the window. There will never be another conservative person on city council. You'll never hear a different viewpoint. All you'll have is people that agree with each other and rubber stamp each other. So to me, that is not democracy. That is the dictatorship John was talking about. If you want to keep, and I won't use the word democracy again, if you want to keep our country a real republic, which is what it is, ranked choice voting will undo that. And if you have honesty in your heart and your soul, look at it the way I'm explaining it, and I think you'll see that I'm right. And whether there's 20 people here or 200 people here, it doesn't change our Constitution. Our founding fathers set up a way for our country to be run, and I think that's the way we should keep it, even in Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas? Oh, Thomas King Baker. And then, I just have Thomas King Baker and then Jesse Kuman. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
My bad. Hi, my name is Thomas Baker. I didn't prepare anything, so I don't really. This is my first time too. I mean, I'm reacting to this argument of like the founding fathers set this up. The Haudenosaunee people were actually the main influencers of the founding fathers, so they actually came up with our system. So they were the ones who actually figured that out. But also, the founding fathers really endorsed slavery, so like maybe they were wrong about some things. And then the one human, one vote thing, it's like your vote does only get counted once because the vote doesn't count anymore if it gets transferred. That's why it gets transferred, I guess. Anyway, what I really wanted to say is I'm a middle school educator and I teach social studies and science, and we talk about elections a lot, and we actually do this whole election project where the kids have to research local elections, and so actually only really know anything about any of you because of the work that those kids do, because elections are it's so complicated and it takes a lot of time to do all this research. So they do all that research for us, and then they do these big presentations, and it tells us about everyone, and I literally bring my ballot and I do it all there. And it was really hard to make choices. Like I was actually ranking them, and everything I learned about ranked choice voting came from the League of Women Voters. Yeah, there she is. You've probably been to our school. I recognize you, and taught the kids about ranked choice voting along with other types of voting styles. And now we just do ranked choice voting for everything we do in our community at our school. And the kids love it. It's like the system that they gravitate toward naturally because it just feels incredibly fair. We do our student government elections like that. We're running a science fair, and they were choosing how to actually present their science fair. And though we did like a regular first past the post vote to initially, and the vote spread was 3-5-3-3, and it was it really felt bad just choosing one of those with the way that was spread. And so I resent out a survey that does ranked choice voting, and they haven't done it yet, so we'll see what actually happens. But it's actually I've done ranked choice voting. We do it all the time actually at my work, and so I've done the system, and you can do it with a Google form sheet pretty easily. So I'm imagining with the infrastructure of a city government, they could figure it out. But anyway, a bunch of kids like this, so it must be a cool idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Jesse?
Jesse Kuman. I'm from Boulder. I apologize for that.
It's a study session, so you're good.
Okay. I am one of our members from Best Democracy. Was supposed to speak, but she's ill, so I'm hopefully going to say what she would say. We have 430 members in the state of Colorado for Best Democracy. I think Jake is actually a member. And we're promoting proportional representation. I wanted to just address a couple of things that previous speakers talked about. I think the question really should be how you frame this discussion, whether you're going to go with a single-member district system, winner take all, or multi-member district system where you have multiple winners. And proportional systems are used all over the world. There are 95 countries using it. We're talking about one form of proportional representation, which is called single transferable vote. In the rest of the world, there are a few people here that keep using the term ranked choice voting is interchangeably with instant runoff voting. Instant runoff voting is a form of ranking in single member districts with one winner. With multi-winner district systems, you have much more diversity, and you should focus on that idea that you want to have a system that represents everybody accurately and fairly. So the problems with single member district systems are that they distort who gets represented, it distorts the vote, and it overemphasizes the people who voted for the majority, for the 50% plus, and it underrepresents everybody else. And it does something that should be considered, which is wasted votes. So with a system where you throw out 50% of the vote, a lot of people are being unrepresented. And the system is fundamentally unfair to those people who don't get represented. So the only system you should really consider is multiple winner systems. Those are called single transferable vote. It was named by H.G. Wells in the late 19th century. The rest of the world is using that term. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So, see no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard. We have no special reports and presentations, so now we're on to item 6 of our study session items. Item A, ranked choice voting, an informational presentation. So, thank you, Don, for coming on down.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Don Quintana, City Clerk. Before I turn this presentation over to my partner in crime here, Stephanie Ganoza from Boulder County Clerk's Office, I just want to give you a little bit of foundation to frame the conversation. So we are here because you all gave us direction back in August of 2025 to bring back information on ranked choice voting. So here we are. So this fulfills that direction. A couple of important facts to ground the conversation. Longmont sits in 2 counties, Boulder County and Weld County. We coordinate our elections. Boulder County is the primary county that works with Weld to gather and to report out our election results and to number our ballot contests and our questions and those kinds of things. Boulder has experience in a ranked choice voting contest. Weld does not. So that's why Boulder is here presenting tonight. And then lastly, just want to remind you that ranked choice voting is allowed for municipalities in multiple jurisdictions as of July 1st, 2026. So not quite yet, but coming up that it would be allowed. So Stephanie will talk about those things. Our purpose is not to lobby for or against, but simply to explain what can and cannot be done, and kind of some generalities about how it works, but we're not here to explain the complexities, as other speakers have described, of how to tally votes and those kind of things. So with that, I want to introduce Stephanie Ganoza, Elections Director from the Boulder County Clerk's Office. And let me just put this in presentation mode for you. And the clicker works.
Okay.
And you're welcome to stand there. Whatever's best.
I probably should stand here for the mic, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So thanks, Dawn. As Dawn stated, Stephanie Ganoza, Boulder County's elections director. I've been with Boulder County elections now for a little over 5 years. And again, as Dawn stated, I'm here on behalf of the office, and we are neutral on whether or not ranked choice voting should or should not be used. I'm here to talk about logistics, potentially answer questions about logistics, and what the systems we currently have in place and the statutes and laws that we currently have support or would need amendment to support the implementation of one of these ranked options. So I will keep, I've kept my slides pretty brief. I'll try to keep my talking points pretty brief, partly because I suspect there could be questions or areas that are of more interest to you, and not knowing exactly where everybody is at this point on that. Starting high level and brief, and then can always dig in after that. Where things stand now for Boulder and Weld, or actually before that, let me take a moment. You heard today from other people lots of words about ranked voting and titles for seemingly the same things. And several people use some of the terminology that exists in Colorado statute. So I am primarily using language that's in Colorado statute. So what that is, just to spend a moment on that, is ranked voting. So ranked voting as an umbrella of methods whereby which electors rank the candidates in an order of preference. Those preferences are then used to tally a first round of votes and subsequent rounds, with some differences in that tally math depending if it's single winner or multi-winner. If the race under Colorado statute is single winner, it's referred to as instant runoff voting. You'll see in my slides that's abbreviated often as IRV. And then if it is multi-winner under Colorado statute, as stated, it's single transferable vote. And you will see that occasionally in my slides as STV. Currently, Boulder and Weld, as a conglomerate, if you will, can run single county IRV races and cross county IRV races. And that is something that Boulder has done before. It's not something Weld has done, but with Boulder's experience and Larimer as well has now done this. But that combined experience, Weld's in a good position in terms of a lot of the details being worked out already to be a part of a cross-county IRV race. What Boulder and Weld can currently not do is run an STV race. And the reason for that is currently the voting system that we use in the state of Colorado, there's two options, and neither one of those are currently certified for an STV race. Moving on to a couple key operational pieces of information. So most steps in our elections process, so when you think of the elections process as a 90 or 120 day window of things that happen surrounding the elections, won't change if Longmont were to adopt any form of ranked voting or a portion of ranked voting for some races and not others. There are a couple key things that will change, and those are what I'm going to highlight. One, the best practice we've adopted is that impacted voters receive additional instructions. So they receive specific instructions to the ranked voting contest that they have on their ballot, along with the information as to how to vote or how not to vote, to ensure that their choices can be counted and tabulated as they intended. For Boulder, we achieved this through an additional insert in every voter's mail ballot packet. Secondly, additional information on our websites, on your websites, and I have a subsequent slide on this, but the voter education campaign is critical to this. So we have a lot of information out there on, information about the elections, and all of that in some capacity needs to be updated, or at a minimum reviewed for updates, so that if voters come looking for information, they can find what they need. Thirdly, there are some other technical details that will change. So our logic and accuracy test, you may or may not be familiar with it, but it's the test we perform before ballots begin tabulation, which evidences that the voting system is tabulating ballots properly. So test ballots are marked. There's a bipartisan team that attends. They marked ballots on site. All of those ballots are tabulated, and the tabulated results are compared to a hand tally. So Boulder and Weld, in this case, in a cross-county example, would need to partner on that. We would need to ensure that the combination of our test ballots results in rounds, which is how during the logic and accuracy test we would evidence that the rounds that would be needed do tabulate properly. Continuing on the same theme, Boulder, as the controlling county, would be responsible for publishing the consolidated results. So today, Longmont's consolidated results are actually published on the Secretary of State's website. So Weld and Boulder both independently publish the tally for each of their respective portions of the city, and the Secretary of State sites aggregates that. In the case of an IRV race, the controlling county would be responsible for doing so. The state has published rules and will certify a vendor to perform that tabulation, but Boulder would then be responsible for gathering Weld's information and combining it and then publishing it. Additionally, instant runoff races are now integrated into the risk limiting audit. So this is a little different from how things were in 2023 when we did Boulder for the first time. At that time, we needed to create a risk limiting audit process. That is now integrated into the state's process. And then lastly, with the latest round of rule changes, Boulder County's Canvas Board would certify the results. And again, just talking about results a little more, Weld wouldn't be able to publish or certify a compiled set because the rankings and the rounds would not be able to be done without all of the data being compiled together. Weld doing a ranking or rounds on a couple thousand voters would not yield anything meaningful. Perhaps interesting, but not meaningful. I mentioned this earlier, and I think this is something that I could probably do an entire study session with you on, or my communications team could, but the voter education effort that will be needed. What we learned with Boulder and what Larimer's learned is to start as soon as possible. There's really there's not really too much in this space that can be done. Working with the avenues that you already use, so identifying where you reach community members already, leveraging all of those, building in additional time for review of the clerk's offices. We did have challenges the first time with Boulder as we were working through these terms, the math, how ballots would be tabulated, and kind of making sure that we were all saying the same thing, making sure that we weren't inadvertently explaining something differently or potentially even incorrectly. So that was something new that we had to do, and that does add some additional time to kind of like standard city process, if you will, when it comes to publishing materials or getting them out. You would benefit from existing stuff already, so things that are already out there, things that other jurisdictions have also used. Several speakers have mentioned this, but there is information already out there. Other jurisdictions across the country have used forms of ranked voting, and Boulder as well did leverage some of those tools in order to jumpstart the process versus building everything from scratch again. And I do want to highlight here the cost for this is really driven by the city. So it's required you do a voter education campaign, and the scope of that, though, and what it costs, really comes down to what resources you already have, whether those are additional costs or costs already in your budget, et cetera. And what does it cost? These are estimates. These are estimates. But I did want to toss out there what I know today, because I thought this was probably a relevant question. And a baseline of information. So in 2023, when Boulder ran the City of Boulder's IRV race, it cost the City of Boulder an additional $77,000. For that. So in addition to their standard election costs, it cost them an additional $77,000 that first year. This year, we will be running the second ranked choice race for Boulder City Mayor. And we're expecting the incremental costs for them to be less than half of that, so $30,000 this time around. Part of the reason for that difference is, for better or worse, Boulder had to foot the bill for a lot of that first-time work. It was the first time an IRV race was used under the current Colorado law and statute. We had to develop a risk limiting audit for Boulder, and those direct costs did need to be passed directly to the city. So looking at Longmont, first year estimated costs for Longmont are similar to the city of Boulder, and the primary driver for that is the new cross-county results. So the state has established rules, but they do not have a vendor. I have not seen a vendor. I do not have access to what that system would look like. I am confident we can implement it, but I'm also pretty confident there's probably going to be some costs associated with that. And then subsequently what I have is some increases that are attributable to what might be ongoing, if you will. So there's additional licensing fees for the voting system to use the IRV module within it. There are additional costs for the voter instructions, and then potentially ballot length increases. And that's a bit of a range there, whether it's one contest or 4 contests or a variation, and then the number of candidates also would drive that. But similar to Boulder, the second year, right, or then subsequent years, those costs would come down. So I'm going to pause there, I think, in terms of base information, and can I open it for questions?
Yeah. How many
Dawn?
more slides? How many more slides do you have? Are you going?
No, this is, so what I
topic?
have beyond this is just some reference slides.
Okay.
So at this point.
This is probably a good time for questions.
This is where I was planning to stop
Perfect.
and open
Okay.
up, yeah.
Okay, and then just, so as I've been receiving emails and hearing some comments, I want to make sure that for the public, to make sure that you all know, so this would require a charter change. So for council by ourselves, we cannot implement ranked choice voting or ranked voting. It would have to go to the vote of the people, and that would happen, that would have to happen first. If the city of Longmont then votes, we want to go in this direction, then we would proceed with ranked voting. So we, as a council, cannot mandate or decide for the public that we're going to go in this direction. So this, and the reason why I brought it up and to have it come forward early was to engage community and make sure that people are educated on this. And, I'm listening and I'm hearing, I think I understand it. And then their comment comes out, I was like, or a title. And I'm like, wait, I thought that meant that. So there's still, it's very nuanced. And so there is a lot of education. My intent of bringing this forward early on was for us to not necessarily make a motion to refer it to the ballot tonight, but really for us to start the conversation as a community as a whole, to really get educated, and make up our minds about what, and for people coming forward each week and letting us know or sending these emails. I mean, all this correspondence is valuable information for us to decide if we want to take the time to put it on a ballot. And if we do and it passes, what this means for Longmont moving forward. I just really want to make sure that the public fully understands. And that was my intent of bringing this forward early. So, yeah, and I was trying to give you all time if you had questions or anything. Okay, there we go. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Ms. Noza. So when you're talking about these costs, is it mostly hard costs like cost to produce more materials, or does it also include the extra staff time and extra election judge time for computing?
So there's not material increases in election judge time for computing. So this does not include that. So what it does include is licensing fees. So known hard costs is what I think.
Yeah, that's the question that I had.
Yeah, I think that's the way I would answer that. It's licensing fees, it's printing costs, so instructions, hard paper that has to be printed.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the cross-county results configuration, that initial cost, that estimate does include staff time or in likelihood potentially not staff time or additional consulting time to implement that new solution.
Okay. The first year that Boulder City used the system, didn't it take an extra 2 weeks just to tabulate and
No,
figure it all out?
It did not.
It didn't. It seemed like it took 2 more weeks to get the results. That's why I'm asking, but maybe that's typical for Boulder.
It did not.
Okay. So I'm just wondering, does staff, you need more staff during that time?
So for actual tabulation, once the election is occurring, the increase in time is minimal. There's a small increase to adjudication time. There's more bubbles on the ballot. There's more errors voters can make. So there's a slight, but it's frankly an immaterial increase in adjudication time.
Okay, and then did you use a system where all the columns had to have a vote in them, and otherwise it was thrown out, or?
No.
Okay. So you could just vote for one individual?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the time from staff. I do have a quick comment, and I just want to make a point of mentioning this because as a history teacher, I want to mention that it was mentioned during Public Invited to be Heard about the framers and the way that this conversation sets up and why we're even having this discussion as local elected officials and local leaders. So if you've actually read the Constitution, you'd know that Article 1, Section 4 very explicitly gives the power to regulate local elections to localities. So, times, places, manners of elections shall be, prescribed in the states and the legislature's word of. I think we have the ability to have this conversation because of the thinking of our forefathers who gave us the ability as a community to decide how we elect our elected officials. That's how the framers wanted it. So I appreciate staff's time. Have we been in communication at all, Dawn? I guess this is probably a question for you, with Weld in terms of will this surprise them that we're considering this?
I have been in contact with Weld. So when Dawn, I think I'd say this, Dawn, when Dawn she invited both of us to come tonight. I happened to be with Weld when that invite came in, and we had a quick discussion, and it kind of seemed like one of us could cover it.
Okay.
In terms of the logistics and the technical details.
Okay.
So no.
Okay. Okay. You mentioned the voter education piece. Would we need the way this probably happens is through charter amendment referral ultimately to the voters, and then we would hold a theoretical first election at some point in the future. Would we need to conduct the voter education piece just ahead of that first election should a charter amendment pass, or would we need to do? I'm assuming we wouldn't be able to or need to campaign ahead or educate voters about RCV legally ahead of a charter amendment. Correct? Is that what I'm saying making sense? Like that voter education piece that's required only comes when we actually have RCV as our method of voting.
Yeah, so the piece I'm talking about when I say voter education is required is a statutory requirement
Yeah.
when hosting a ranked voting election.
Got it. So that would come later. Okay. And then I think this probably is for Dawn. There's lots of talk about multi-winner and single winner and that I think means for those of us who are seated up here, changing of cycles and some restructuring and things. Dawn, can you kind of, from the perspective of the clerk, if you were to, because I've heard advocates mention, multi-winner elections where we would have all the at-large candidates running at once, or single winner where you'd have, how theoretically would that work from the perspective of the clerk? What implementation would be needed for that to happen? It theoretically is an additional step for us to think about and think through as we consider this in terms of RCV potentially changing cycles. And is there a scenario where we don't?
Thank you, Councilmember Marcin. That's a lot of questions.
Sorry, I should have said that earlier. Sorry.
I was going to say, did you get them all, or do you want them to break it up?
I'll give you a stab at it.
Yeah,
Okay. And then
thank you. It's a concept.
Follow back up. If I heard Stephanie correctly, our at-large contest is usually, our terms are staggered, so we don't elect all of our at-large candidates at the same time. But every other election, we have two seats open at a time. But there isn't certified equipment at this point to handle that. So that is off the table at this point. So it would be the single seat contest, the mayor, the ward seats. Those would qualify for a instant runoff type tabulation, if you will. But that at-large seat would not. Correct, right?
Yes. I'm gonna add to that. I think it's not that it can't, and I just say it's currently not certified.
Currently not.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Kolkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Thanks to everybody who came out to speak about RCV. Can you go back to the slide about the costs?
Oh, see, I went off of it trying to get to the questions slide, and then I should have just left it.
So in comparison, what do elections normally cost?
So it varies wildly. Do you know the Longmont number?
I anticipated this question, Councilmember Kalkofer. It's an average. The costs vary widely based on what we put on the ballot, what else is on the ballot, is there Tabor, is the state participating, but on average, in the past 10 years, our cost is about $52,000 to $55,000 for an election. We coordinate with Boulder County and Weld County.
And would these fees be on top of that?
On top of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Per
Great.
contest.
No.
No.
The only per contest item on here is the ballot length increase. Because that would be directly attributable to the number of candidates in contests. The rest of the costs would be the same costs whether it was one IRV race or four.
Okay.
And can you explain what the ballot length increase is? Is that just additional pages and additional postage?
Yeah, so it could be many or all of the above. So it's likely additional pages. It could be additional cards, pages or cards as well. A factor of election costs come into all of the coordinating entities. So there's a proportional share that all entities or municipalities that coordinate pay. If Longmont, in this example, were to have 2 pages of IRV, if you had 10 candidates per race running, you would see a significant increase in that proportional allocation of paper and then potentially cascading postage.
Gotcha. Thank you. And last question, if hypothetical, if we decide to go on this, when would it go onto the ballot for the public to vote on? And then when would the first election potentially be if that passes?
Councilmember Kalkofer, I believe that is up for the council to decide. I think if the council were to refer this question to the voters, there would need to be some sort of education campaign. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And we're of course limited in campaign finance about lobbying for or against. So there would be a lot to consider in that regard. So I don't think it would be a fast process. It certainly, we wouldn't be there by this election by any stretch for, all things done.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
This question is for Don. Don, can you remind me again how much our budget is for elections annually?
I can, Councilmember Prieto. That we budget $93,000.
93,000.
Mhm.
Okay. And if there was a difference in what it costs, which I'm assuming that there will be at least for the first year, where does that money come from? And maybe this is a Harold question, and what other needs in our community might be impacted?
Yeah. Harold, he's getting his microphone out, but we would have to request those funds in the
Do you wanna
budget
use
or
mine?
find them somewhere in the budget, in the general fund, because our budget comes out of the general fund. So we have $93,000 for this year, and that's all we have. So if we were to look ahead, we could request for the 2027 budget cycle. We will begin that process soon in the spring, but we certainly don't have those increased funds available at this time. Harold, I don't know what you want to.
Yeah, no, I think if you look at the last 2 to 3 budget years, we've really only had 2 for sure, maybe 3. Not much more beyond what we would consider our level 1 expenses, which are must-pay bills. Last year we didn't have any at all. And so in terms of what are the trade-offs, it's hard to say from any budget year. But I know probably since I've been here, most of the level 2 requests we're not able to fund based on, the revenue we receive. So when you get into the budget process, you'll see a little bit more of that, or I can go over offline with you all in terms of the decisions that were coming forward and the types of requests. But what I can say is in the last budget process, we actually had to move some public safety positions to the general fund and to cover the shortfall in revenue. We had requests from Children, Youth, and Family Services. We had Senior Services, Library, that we were not able to fund. So And those are fairly consistent year to year.
Okay, and then Don, I'm sorry, you said 90,000 is our budget annually?
93.
And it rolls over, or no?
If we have leftover funds, we can request a carryover. That can happen. Depends on what we know at the time that is an option.
Okay, thank you.
So it's annually appropriated, the cost for the election. When we get into the closeout at the end of the year, different departments make carryover requests. And then we evaluate it based on the need, and then we bring that carryover ordinance to the council, and that's the big ordinance where we're carrying over funds to utilize in the next year. Typically in the general fund, it has to be for that expense, but there are times when there's other needs that develop.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephanie, I don't think we've met before. Welcome. Thank you for coming and sharing your insights on the elections process. Don, thanks for the work on this. And Mayor, thanks for clarifying at the onset of this, just that we are not deciding on changing our elections tonight, and nor would the City Council ever do that. It would be up to the will of the voters ultimately if a change is going to be made. Stephanie, we heard a lot of public comments earlier kind of trying to take different stabs at explaining single transferable vote, instant runoff vote, RCV in general. You are our elections main person. Could you maybe speak a little bit more to how you would define the differences between instant runoff and single transferable vote, just for kind of the public's overall understanding?
Sure. Or I can take a stab. I don't know that my explanation will be super clear either, but I can take a stab.
Here's why I'm asking. I want to make sure, like, technically, public comments aren't vetted for accuracy, and it's your job to at least be accurate in how we do this, and we can figure out the education campaign as we go.
Fair point. Fair point. So instant runoff voting. So single winner. So first and foremost, the instant runoff voting equates to single winner. And what it equates to is your single winner is looking for more than half the votes to be the winner. So if you're talking about rounding or, candidates having preferences, what we do is we tabulate all of the round one or rank one choices in the first round that voters have voted. If a candidate has more than 50%, they've won. No subsequent rounds are necessary. Should they not have more than half the vote, we go to round two. And when we go to round two, what we do is we take the candidate from round one who has the lowest number of votes. We take those ballots, well, the system takes those ballots, but if you imagine you were doing it by hand, you would take the ballots who voted for the last place candidate, and you would allocate them based on those ballots' second preference to each of the remaining candidates. Should a candidate at the end of round two have above the 50%, rounds are over. So you continue with that rounding up to the number of rounds you need to get to the 50% plus one winner.
And while we're on the instant runoff ballot, what does my ballot look like for this situation?
I'm going to go to our appendix slides.
Please, thank you.
It looks like the ballot on the top left corner.
And so, just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, basically you could have multiple candidates, you could have just two candidates, though it doesn't really matter. If
You have to have a minimum of 3.
I mean, if you had two, it wouldn't matter.
If you had 2, we would not run the election under instant runoff. It
Sure,
would simply
because
be
it would be a
plurality
normal.
election.
It would be a normal winner take all.
Correct.
So in this case, if you have 3 or more candidates, now you're just bubbling in one for your first choice, one for your second, one for your third, and one for your fourth.
Correct.
And so then, to the point where you were explaining, if a candidate does not get a majority of the vote in the first round, then you take out the person who got the fewest first choice votes, correct?
Yep, correct.
And then you reallocate their second choice votes as like the top ranks for the other candidates.
You reallocate the last place candidates' votes to like the remaining candidate piles.
Sure.
Right, and then you proceed.
Great, thank you. And so now if we're moving, and can you run that instant runoff, you said, for the single election seats? We have 3 at-large candidates, we have 3 at-large council members or positions here. can you run the instant runoff for the at-large race if there are two or more candidates running? Sorry, if there are two or more positions available.
No, by definition, if there's two or more winners, you're in single transferable vote. So you're only in instant runoff if you have one winner.
Okay. And then, as a great segue there, explain the single transferable vote, just so we understand the differences of what people were talking about here.
So the single transferable vote is where you're looking for multiple winners. So the threshold for winning is lower. So a winning threshold is set based on the number of candidates available. So if there are, and I'm not going to pull a bunch of numbers up for the moment because I'll probably quote them wrong, but essentially you're looking for the number of votes you would need so that the number of seats you have a third person cannot win. So instead of that 50%, if you had a two-winner scenario, I will throw some numbers out because it's not making sense otherwise.
Go for it.
If you have a two-candidate winner, what you're looking for is 34% of the vote, essentially in each scenario, right? Which gets you to 68% of the total winning vote for the two open seats, and you don't have a remaining 34%, right? So the third person can also not get, that extra 34. Some of the math differences could be 33.1, but just for the sake of making the math a little simpler, it's that the third person cannot possibly have gotten the same number. There's not enough remaining percent left for them. The ballot will look the same for voters, and where it will differ is with that threshold. So round one is still tabulated. The end of round one, if two people have over the winning threshold, they've won.
Got it. Why doesn't it work to do the instant runoff for this?
Because it's not how statute defines it.
Okay. Valid answer. Thank you.
I mean, I can make the math work on instant runoff, but the statutory definition is not that.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Yeah.
Dawn, you had mentioned before in response to previous councilmember questions that implementation wouldn't be soon. Can you just clarify if a ballot measure was referred to the ballot, could that be on the ballot for this calendar year election in 2026, recognizing that we wouldn't implement until a future year?
That's a great question, Councilmember Popkin. I think it depends on how robust of an education campaign we are going to run before we put this on the ballot. It's already March, and so we need to get cranking if that's going to happen. So I think in terms of 2026, it's possible. I'm not sure we could do our best work in that compressed time frame, frankly, because I think it's a pretty steep education if you're going to pose a question that has relevance for people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and changing our election system certainly has relevance for people.
Yeah,
yes, thank
right.
you. And I think for any kind of ballot question, especially one that changes how we do our elections locally, we'd want to make sure it is a clean, clear, simple ballot question, albeit there are some, inherent structural complexities to make sure that people understand what that means. And so we'd want to make sure that that works too. I guess my last comment here for now, and then I'll see who else wants to add some thoughts here, is I hear some of my colleagues talking about cost, and I appreciate the sensitivity to that. And we shouldn't ignore the cost of this. However, I do want to remind the council that we did feel a majority of this council did vote to spend about $45,000 on 12 minutes of fireworks for the 4th of July this year. And I would personally argue that implementing a voting system, if voted on by the majority of our community, is far more patriotic than 12 minutes of fireworks. So my hope is that the cost is not seen as a barrier, just something we have to manage for. We have $91,000 in council contingency still left this year, and that's just this year alone. So I think there are some ways that we can address the cost piece of this, and I'd be willing to revisit the fireworks conversation, though I can't bring that up because I voted in the negative on that one, so we would need someone in the affirmative to reconsider that one. So, correct, Councilmember Prieto. It's not a for sure 45,000, but it is what we were comfortable spending up to. So, with that, I will reserve my time.
Councilmember, who's number 6? Marcin. Nope, Christ. Yeah. Councilmember number 6.
Now I'm reduced to a number. Is that it? Okay, so I have some simple questions. Dawn, how many runoff elections have we had, and when would those have happened? Do you know?
That's a great question, Councilmember Christ. I don't know of one. I'd need to look back into our election records. In my 20 years, I can't think of one. Not aware of one.
I can't remember any either. Okay, and then we have approximately $90,000 budgeted for elections this year. And so if we basically have one shot of putting something on the ballot because it costs that much for an initiative. Is that correct?
We have we have
One amount
$93,000
budgeted.
budgeted. We coordinate on the November ballot, so in that regard, yes, one shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, sadly, the money for the fireworks came out of the council contingency fund, and there isn't more in the council contingency fund for an election initiative.
But continue. Did you have, Diane, did you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Thank you. Keep it going.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do. If I'm just want to clarify everything that Stephanie Noza said. So when we run our at-large elections, we generally have 2 at a time, or 2 in one election and 1 in the other. And we couldn't really use IRV for the at-large positions. Is that correct?
That's correct. At this time, until
Yeah, I
there's
mean,
a certified system.
I think this comes probably down to what your charter says. I mean, operationally, I can run a single winner at large race using IRV. But I think that's probably a council decision as to whether that's permissible or preferable to elect some at-large members using one method and other at-large members using another method.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me ask you, the election that you had in, was it 2023 was the first one?
For Boulder, yeah.
Who got elected in that election?
The current mayor.
Who was an incumbent, right?
It was the first time the city of Boulder elected the mayor.
That's right. He was appointed by the
It was
city
previously
council.
a council member appointed one of council members to be mayor. It was the first, or at least in recent times, since I've been there, that voters elected the mayor via vote.
Yeah. Well, bully for you. You're always up for learning something new. So, okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Christ, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. We've kind of danced around it. Specifically, what would need to happen at the state level, statutorily, or what have you, for the certification of STV to allow for STV?
Yeah, so
Like, what's the change?
yeah, so really specifically, one of the current voting system providers, so specifically Weld and Boulder use Liberty Votes. So Liberty Votes would need to submit to the Secretary's office the current version of their system that does STV. That would go through the certification process by the Secretary's office, certified, assuming it goes well.
Okay.
Prior to that happening, the Secretary's office would likely want to write rules in order to certify an STV system. They currently have rules to certify plurality and an IRV race, and I imagine they would want to write rules as to what they would be certifying an STV system against. How that comes about, I think, is probably a little more open-ended.
That was my next question.
So
does
that's
need-
the what that would need to occur. How? Yeah, political conversation, public conversation.
Yeah, would it need to be an act of the legislature, theoretically?
Need is probably too strong of a word.
But could be, theoretically.
It could be potentially.
Okay.
That is a path that either, I'm not positive if Boulder participated in, the city of Boulder participated in, but I know there were legislative changes that occurred in 2021 that assisted in getting to a place where the city of Boulder could adopt IRV.
Sounds like Dylan and our awesome advocates in the room have another job ahead of them. So Don, you mentioned, I want to go back to the timeline question quickly. So Don, you mentioned the need to conduct a voter education campaign in order, whenever we put something on the ballot. But what I'm hearing is statutorily, we only are required to do voter education ahead of actually running an RCV election. And there are a whole heck of a lot of young, engaged, energetic people in here who would, I think, be very interested in educating a lot of voters in our community about what RCV is ahead of a ballot measure, to a charter amendment to authorize ranked choice voting. Talk to me a little bit more about what you say when you say we would need to do, because my understanding is we would not do voter education or be able to support a ballot amendment or a charter amendment ballot measure ahead of an election. So at that point, at referral, aren't we handing it off to these folks and saying, go get it? Like if go talk to the community. So I guess I'm not understanding the need. I understand the need for voter education, but not necessarily the statutory need ahead of a charter amendment. From our end, in terms of timeline, if, let's say, the council's desire was to get RCV adopted by 27, for example.
Thank you, Councilmember Marcy. Yeah, I think that's another approach. And you are correct. We are limited in what we can lobby for and against under campaign finance laws. We could certainly lean on organized groups to get the word out and provide education to the public. If you want to just refer it, we could work with the attorney's office to draw up ballot language and get that on as soon as feasible, which might take a little bit given all the things in the pipeline. I don't think that's a hard question. Once that title is drafted, then we would do our, I would assume, normal thing and put together a brochure about the yays, the pros and cons, a balanced informational piece.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you so much. And just
You're welcome.
for the record, I do think both RCV and fireworks can be patriotic. So
And just for clarification, and so, because I've heard two things. One is the ballot, if we refer this to the ballot for the residents of Longmont to vote on whether or not to proceed with ranked voting. And then the other part is actually the initial, what happens after that passes, if it passes, what education, so there's also an education piece that is mandated by the state before the first ranked voting occurs. Is that the state statute that you were referring to?
Yes, so it's actually before every right now. It's not only the first. But your costs would decrease because you'd have materials.
Oh, got it. I understand. So then for every election that happens when voters are voting through the ranked choice system, that's where that state statute is.
Correct.
But for us and our purposes, if we wanted to refer this to the ballot, just what would that educational piece look like? Is that what
Yeah,
you
I
were
think-
referencing to? That's what I wanted to make sure, that we weren't talking about, the educating the public for the first ranked voting part, but actually the education piece if it's referred to the ballot. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I heard two things.
Yeah, if I can provide some context to that, I think ultimately that's a council question. So if you want to refer it, you can just refer it and have limited communication on the referral, or council may want to have more community conversations on the referral. I think that's what Don was really getting at, based on the direction that council goes is ultimately going to determine timeline, but that's a council decision based on how you're looking at this.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quick clarification. So when I brought up the costs, I just wanted to make sure people understood that elections do cost money. And just because, we're talking about this doesn't mean that our elections don't cost anything. And then quick question, if we have 4 candidates like we have on the screen for at-large, could we just split the 4 into 2 and have the at-large that way, where it's 2 and 2 on 2 questions, or would that still not work?
Councilmember Kalkofer, we would need to research that. We have not done that type of work to look at those kinds of details. If you would like to give us direction to do that, we could look into that What would it take to do that? Would it take an ordinance? How would that look? We've not researched those details.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Councilmember Prieto.
Okay. So a couple questions regarding the financial piece. I know my fellow council member Popkin mentioned something about the money piece, and just wanted to throw the difference out there. 4th of July came up as a last minute item, and so if we're able to plan out something and be responsible with taxpayers' dollars and make it be strong and something that works long term, then I think it is our responsibility to plan that out and think ahead of time. And so I'm not for or against ranked voting. I do have a question, Dawn. If we were to put this on the ballot, and I'm just thinking, like, how do we prepare ourselves? Like, kind of like in our own budget, right? If I'm going to make a major financial decision, like, I look at the budget long term and I say, okay, how can I save for this expense? And make sure that we have the voter education that's needed. Make sure that voters are aware that this is coming in 2030. So could that language and the city, so thinking about the budget and saving and planning for this, and then thinking about the language on the ballot, could we put language on the ballot to say that this would go into effect in a future year to allow the city to campaign, or even our RCV advocates to really start that campaign, and then also allow the city to put this in the budget for the next 4 years, so that way when we do roll it out, we're not pulling from public safety, we're not trying to pull from council contingency, and that we're being more responsible in that way. Could we do it that way? Is that feasible?
Thank you, Councilmember Prieto. Yeah, I think that would be our approach. We budget for elections and we try to ensure that we've got enough to cover. And in my tenure as city clerk, there have been one time where we've requested an increase because we saw costs bump up. I wanted to make sure we had sufficient budget for that. So I think that's definitely the preferred approach, correct? We have budget for an election every year. And in my time as clerk, we've had an election every year and used some portion of that budget every year. Not all of it, but that is better. You know, if you have a party, better have too much food than not enough is same. Better to have enough election money than not enough.
Yes.
That has been our operating.
And time too.
And time.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then just kind of a thought or a comment here. I'm all for bringing this type of decision to the voters, but with enough time, and it might be even better, or voters might even consider it a little bit more, not feeling rushed to jump into it for the following year. So just for my fellow council members, just as we think about this moving forward, just thinking about how can we responsibly implement, and know that we're not on any time limit, that we can be responsible, we can plan, and we can allow the city to plan, and roll this out effectively. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Don't worry, I'm not going to make any more fireworks here. A couple of things. And it's interesting to hear, Stephanie, you talk about the kind of multi-winner limitations that we currently have. If multi-winner was approved on the ballot, what would happen?
Boulder and Weld would not coordinate that election for you if you wanted to use that method.
Is it legal in the state to do that method? Does the counties wouldn't be able to execute it?
So statute outlines 2 methods of ranked voting that are permissible, IRV and STV. And statute then goes on to say, with a series of criteria where clerks are required to run the election, and clerks have to have a certified voting system in order to do so. So without a system, essentially clerks...
So what you're saying is Boulder and Weld wouldn't have a certified voting system to run a multi-winner single transferable vote structure at this time?
At this time, correct.
And we currently don't either. No, heard you, Don. Thank you. I was just trying to understand what would happen if that, and so if that was the case, just recognizing that this is a hypothetical, but if that was approved, would we as a city then have to figure out, hey, how do we implement this, or would it be when? I guess the question could be written when systems allow for such implementation that could be deployed, right?
Yeah,
Because I actually, and the reason I'm asking this is because honestly, I think multi-winner makes the most sense when we have a multiple at-large candidate pool. We had 6 candidates run in the at-large race and a few others who were on the fence about whether to jump in or not this past race just alone. And that was just for 2 seats. And you could have 2, maybe even 3, depending on how you might think about this. And if people could all rank those together as a pool, you actually would get a really interesting offering to voters in terms of how they actually have their voices heard.
Yeah, I think if the piece that we're missing is the certified equipment. So if the certified equipment appeared tomorrow magically, I dream of Jeannie, then that would change this conversation altogether. But it is not there now. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Noted. Thank you. And then I guess what I just wanted to understand for the public's benefit who might be tuning into the RCV conversation for the first time or the ranked voting conversation for the first time, we've mentioned Boulder has done this before, but walk me through, like, beyond Colorado, like, who has implemented ranked choice voting before in some way, shape, or form? Let's start maybe at the state level. Have any states done it?
So I'm not going to be an expert at that, and I do not have an exhaustive list. I can share, the tidbits that I do know. So
Sure.
I do know Alaska has done some work with this, and multiple cities on the West Coast have as well, as has the city of New York.
Great. I think building on Councilmember Prieto's comments, I think the timeline of how we might implement this is a very worthy conversation for us to have. There's conceivably a situation where this could be on the ballot here, but it doesn't actually start until, I guess, 2028 or 2029, right? We could implement this. Can we do congressional? No, it would only be for municipal elections that this would apply to right now, correct?
Correct. I do not know of council powers to amend congressional races.
Just confirming. Just confirming the reaches of our authority here. So it would either be really from a pragmatic implementation, be looking at 2027 or 2029 for implementation of ranked voting at the municipal level. I make a jest before, but like just for the public's understanding of when this could kick in.
The systems could be here by then.
Correct. Yep. Cool. Thank you. I think the last thing I just wanted to note is in the description of how we might restructure some of the, if this were to pass in kind of main concept, there is a conversation to be had, I think, about potentially restructuring which races or realigning kind of whether we do all 3 of the wards together and all 3 of the at-large together. I think there was a possibility where Ward 2 could get truncated in one of the options. I would think that we should entertain that if we're going to offer an option to change up to the voters, that we should entertain kind of if we can more optimally align some of the races so that people are more clearly voting in the sake of simplicity. If you knew that you were voting, hey, Ward 1, Ward 2, or Ward 3 in this election, or just only at large in this election, that seems to suggest we'd be moving towards clearer, simpler elections and clearer, simpler decisions. So I did want to just kind of put that out there for my fellow council members to start to think about as we go forward.
Thank you. Yeah, and that discussion wouldn't happen until after, we referred it, and then we have the discussion on what that ballot language would look like. Correct, Don? I see you crunching your teeth.
It's up to the council.
Up to the council,
honestly.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would imagine that would be the best time to have that conversation as we're picking that in. So everyone has spoke twice except for Councilmember McCoy. So there you go. So it is your turn.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro
So,
Tem.
so Don, Stephanie, thank you for coming down. Don, thank you for everything you did on this. Can you explain, we had a question from Councilmember Christ in regards to why we didn't have any runoff elections. And I think it's very clear it's because we have a percentage of, there's a percentage of when we do recounts. And and so that's one aspect of it, correct? Why we don't have runoff elections. We then recount the votes at a certain percentage points of how close they are to each other. And then we also have other components when they're tied, where, you know, we've already agreed that we're going to draw straws, flip a coin, whatever, the roll a dice to determine the winner. And that's happened throughout the state of Colorado in the past. Somebody has literally won or lost by a flip of a coin. And so in this case here, we're hearing people talk about referring it, but isn't part of the educational component that's just really, really valuable is that initiative process where people try to get this on the ballot, where they actually then have to explain themselves, you know, as they collect the signatures. I mean, is that some sort of thing that's not in consideration here?
So a couple questions there, Mayor Pro Tem. We have not, there's a threshold, so election laws define, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stephanie, but I believe if the difference between the two candidates who've gotten the greatest number of votes is 1/2 of 1%.
Yeah, the difference between the winner and the loser, or the last winner and the first loser.
1/2 of 1%. It's a very small margin, but we haven't triggered that and needed a runoff, at least as long as I can remember.
Right.
Again, I didn't research that in detail, and I could. But this, to your second point, the initiative is another way to approach this. Council can always refer directly without that happening, or the people can bring an initiative and go through that initiative process.
It just seems that initiative is more organic, and if people like this idea, you know, then it moves forward with that, and it's more democratic in its process. The referendum, the referral part of this would be that we're endorsing it in a way, and that concerns me about how it's perceived with the community, because we just had a race in regards to election or vote in regards to this with the state level not too long ago, and it didn't pass. So it seems to me that the best way to make sure that the community is educated is by the people that are most excited about making sure it passes and get it on there, and then at that point start talking about dates of implementation, and that gives us a better idea about where we are. And I'm not necessarily against this. I just want to make sure that the democratic process is upheld. You know, I heard somebody come here that said came up before us to talk about republic, and I just want to clarify: you can't have a republic without the democratic process. So that's just kind of a lot of double speak when I hear that, and I want to stress to folks that, you know, I think we want to have the best process and everything, but we don't want to have two forms of the process if it doesn't work in regards to mayor's races and at large races and ward races, and you know, I don't want to have some sort of disjointed sort of thing, and it seems like a lot of moving parts just from a casual observer. So, you know, I'm kind of concerned that I think the best process here, and the one that I would most likely to support, would be the initiative process. Get that information out there in the community. See where the community's interest is, and go from there, instead of, you know, having us pass it forward, and that guarantees that the money is somehow spent or initiated on our part. If the process works as I think it should, then I think the community will state in their signatures that they support it, and I think that's a green light for putting the money towards any sort of election, and I think that's the right thing to do. So, I mean, that's my feeling. If we're talking money, talking costs, let's get this through the initiative process, because I think that's the most organic and thoughtful way to approach this.
Yeah, we're not ready for, no, and I think for a public initiated, and I'm sorry, this is conversation back here. So for a public initiated, we as a council can't vote to make a motion to have the public, yeah, so it wouldn't be, it would be out of order. So thank you, Stephanie, so much for bringing this in. This is a lot of information to take in, and I really appreciate the clarity, the concise, and your willingness to answer all of our questions. I'm hearing more and more public coming forward and saying this. My question to Don is, how many to have a petition put on the ballot that is community driven? How many names, signatures would need to be on that ballot? And this just came up, so if you don't have the answer, you can email it to me. Yeah.
I don't have that. I didn't
Yeah.
prepare in
I was
that
not
way,
prepared
but,
for that either.
We have about 65,000 voters, and there are nuances in those numbers. So 10% is 6,500 signatures.
10%, okay.
5% would be 3,250.
Okay.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a few.
Quite a few. And I mean, we have referred ballot measures before, so it's not unheard of for council to do this. But thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and end our discussion here. So thank you. Thank you for coming out. We are now on to, first of all, do we need a break? Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. And then we'll move on to the water supply status update. forgot about that. Okay. Okay, I'd like to call all council members back to the dais. Okay, so we have Chris Huffer and Wes Lowry from our Water and Waste Services for our water supply status update. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Wes Lowry, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight about an extremely important subject and one that is definitely near and dear to my heart. I'm a lifelong Longmont native whose family's been a part of this wonderful community for the past 120 years. I worked for the city of Longmont for 35 years, of which the most recent 30 plus years have been with Water Resources Division. I do want to remind council that no action or direction is expected from you tonight, and that staff will be following up in the future with additional information. So to start, I'd like to give a brief and high-level overview of Longmont's raw water collection system. Longmont's raw water collection system can most easily be described as originating in two parts: the east slope, where it collects native basin water supplies, and the west slope, where it collects trans-basin water supplies. The majority of Longmont's water rights originate from native basin supplies. These include direct flow water rights, storage water rights, and various pipeline decrees. These rights can be delivered directly to Longmont's Nelson Flanders water treatment plant, stored in various reservoirs such as Ralph Price or Union, or continue to be used for irrigation purposes. Longmont's trans-basin water rights, which include CBT and Windy Gap, are typically stored in Windy Gap Reservoir, Carter Lake, until they are needed for either potable treatment or irrigation purposes. Next, I'd like to briefly describe Longmont's current water supply conditions. As noted earlier, Longmont receives water from multiple sources, and as such, Water Resources staff pays close attention to snowpack in their respective basins. This first graph shows that although the snowpack in the Colorado headwaters is at historically low levels, there remains about 6 weeks before normal peak snowpack is reached. This graph shows that at current, the South Platte Basin snowpack is doing better than that found in the Colorado headwaters, albeit still below average. However, similar to the west slope, the east slope does still have approximately 2 months until typical peak snowpack is reached. This next graph represents snowpack in the St. Vrain Basin. Included are lines showing certain scheduled Water Board review dates, the Northern Water Board CBT project water quota declaration date, and Council's decision date as they relate to any water shortage implementation efforts, which I will discuss shortly. As you might expect, especially when experiencing dry conditions, storage becomes an even more important piece of the puzzle. Water Resources staff devotes a substantial amount of time and resources into development, maintenance, and filling of reservoir storage. This includes strategically filling reservoirs such as Ralph Price and Union when available to do so, and monitoring their levels. Reservoirs in both the St. Vrain and South Platte Basin are generally near average for this time of year. However, we are expecting them to be below the average peak following the runoff season. This map, which is updated weekly by the USDA, reflects general conditions across Colorado. You can see that Longmont, being situated along the eastern edge of Boulder County, is currently experiencing severe drought intensity effects. And unfortunately, the area west of Longmont, where our snowpack comes from, is looking even drier. Water Resources staff evaluates daily many different data sources and uses multiple forecasting methods for evaluating available water supplies. From this information, we are finding that current city water storage supplies are at near average levels. Snowpack and stream flow forecasts for the St. Vrain Basin are, however, suggesting below average runoff amounts. As such, current projections of total water supply to meet demands this year and next are near or below average, which impact potential trigger points, suggesting that an increased drought level response is possible. It is especially important to realize, however, that even though most of Colorado is entering into the second year of a drought, Longmont Water Resources team has been preparing for this event for a long, long time. Longmont has a long history of purposely planning for times like this. Starting shortly after its founding, Longmont dug the first city well in April of 1872, and 10 years later, following the big Main Street fire, filed for and built its first pipeline for delivery of water from the St. Vrain Creek. At around that same time, when Longmont became a home rule city, city leaders continued to recognize the importance for the need of having safe, reliable water supply. So in 1963, the Longmont Water Board was established, and one of the first things they did was to develop a raw water requirement policy and start efforts for the construction of Button Rock Dam. That construction was completed in 1969 and continues to provide Longmont with much of its winter water supply. In 1990, another cornerstone document was finalized in developing a specific raw water master plan. This plan was updated in 2004, and at that time, the city additionally adopted its guiding water principles, which we continue to follow. During the past 20 plus years, many important efforts have been realized, including last year's completion of the Water Efficiency Master Plan and seeing substantial completion of Chimney Hollow Reservoir, for which Longmont is a major project participant in. For well over a century, Longmont has deliberately chosen to use a systematic and tactical approach over a reactionary approach with respect to its water planning. Beginning in 2002, each year Water Resources staff prepares an annual water shortage and implementation plan, also known as Longmont's Drought Plan. This plan is presented to Water Board for review in April. At that same time, Water Board makes a recommendation to City Council for accepting of the plan and its respective plan elements. In May of each year, the plan is reviewed and adopted by Council and takes any pertinent actions regarding specific plan elements. Longmont's current plan continues to follow policies, practices, and principles and other planning efforts previously identified to prepare for and respond to existing conditions. Listed here are a few of the major plans and policies as mentioned earlier. Longmont's Water Supply and Shortage Implementation Plan, simply stated, looks at its ratio of supply to projected demand. Supply is the most variable part of this equation. Demand, fortunately, has been relatively stable and predictable over the past several years. Taking all information into consideration, current conditions would place Longmont very close to a mild drought impact response scenario. As with any particular drought plan, it's important to understand how a drought is defined. For Longmont's plan, a drought is defined as a single or multiple consecutive water years with below average stream flows. Additionally, and unique to Longmont's plan, we plan for a 1 in 100 year water shortage recurrence interval and water shortage for 7 years in length. Most other communities and water providers along the Front Range have chosen to prepare for droughts of less severity. For example, 1 in 30 or 1 in 50 year intensity, or of shorter duration, say 3 to 5 years. As such, Longmont has a more resilient water supply, which allows it to respond accordingly. Longmont's current drought response reflects a sustainable conservation impact. However, as mentioned earlier, conditions are suggesting conditions that may warrant a mild impact drought response. Longmont customers and residents have probably heard recently that many communities are going into a drought watch. It's important to keep in mind that similar to the definition of a drought watch can mean different things to different communities. With respect to Longmont's plan, a drought watch occurs when any indicator suggests consideration to change drought level response from a sustainable conservation level. For example, if future raw water supply projections are less than 135% of projected water demand. Staff on a regular basis continues evaluating existing drought watch conditions and intends to include this as part of the Longmont's 2026 and 2027 plan. As previously mentioned, Longmont's current response reflects a sustainable conservation level. This level is where Longmont operates within its drought plan the majority of the time. Longmont is able to remain at this response level largely due to the tremendous efforts of its customers and citizens, and with respect to their implementing water conservation best management practices. Water Resources staff continues to have meaningful conversations with communications, parks, golf, and open space staff regarding improving their water efficiencies and furthering development of a strong planning and public messaging campaign. As always, Water Resources staff will continue to actively monitor demands and supplies. Longmont Water Department staff continues to look not only near term, but also long term, especially with respect to ongoing efforts and future steps. Ongoing efforts include essentially two types: structural and non-structural elements. Some example of structural elements include participation in the Windy Gap Firming Project, also known as Chimney Hollow Reservoir, development of the Union Reservoir Pumpback Pipeline Project, and evaluation and planning efforts related to future Union Reservoir enlargement and potential Button Rock enlargements. Some examples of non-structural elements include furthering of Longmont's water conservation programs, continued application of its raw water requirement policy, consideration of certain water rights acquisitions, and evaluation of various long-term trades. So with that, here are 4 important next steps. In about 2 weeks, staff will be again updating Water Board on current water supply conditions. In early April, the Northern Water Board will issue its annual supplemental CBT quota declaration, which is an extremely important part of Longmont's available water supply. Then on April 20th, Water Board will make a recommendation for council consideration of the 2026-2027 Water Supply and Water Shortage Implementation Plan, which council on May 12th will act on and determine the most appropriate drought response level. I want to finish with leaving you a picture of one of Longmont's crown jewels, Ralph Price Reservoir and Button Rock Dam. I also want to invite any council members who would like to talk more about Longmont's raw water system, its history, or our plans for the future, to feel free to reach out to any members of the Water Board staff or Water Resources staff, as we would be happy to have those conversations. I also want to personally thank Water Board staff and you for your dedication to providing clean, reliable, sustainable water to Longmont for generations to come. With that, thank you.
Great, thank you. This was great. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Wes. This was a really good presentation and beautiful photos. So my question is, are you including Chimney Hollow reserves in the storage total, or are you separating that out for now?
Councilor Chris, not at this time. Those are not included because there's no water yet been delivered to Chimney Hollow Reservoir.
Okay. I understood there was water in it, but it's not available yet. Would that be a way to say it?
There was a very small amount of water that was part of the construction process, but it is probably 1/10 of 1%. It really didn't amount to very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Wes, both for your longtime service to the community, your longtime residency in the community, and for a very opportune drinking water in the middle of your presentation. That was very well timed. And for your emails, the back and forth that we had over the last couple of days, clarifying a few questions in advance. I want to just share some of that dialogue and maybe ask you a couple of those questions again, just for the public's understanding, since I think that builds on your presentation really well. Especially as it might concern some of the day-to-day considerations that some of the public is wondering about. So first, kind of building, let's start maybe high level and work more granularly here. You mentioned the raw water master plan, and I'm curious, how does that factor in, if at all, resilience to a changing climate and changing climate patterns, increasingly warm seasons? I didn't see that in the 2003 version, but I think you alluded to this in the 2011 update. So I'm wondering if you can just speak more to the incorporation of climate resilience into the raw water management strategy.
Yeah. So in our raw water master planning efforts, in particular our last update, we use paleohydrology studies to look at historic weather patterns. And so as part of that, and as part of our other plans, we have a number of different elements that have a range of variabilities. So they could range anywhere from maybe not having any impact, think of that as 0, to having a reasonable, substantial impact. So the sum of all those impacts are taken into consideration when Longmont's looking at what its total raw water supply would need to be in order to meet ongoing demands. So in other words, the hydrologic conditions and the variabilities that are still yet to be determined have been included in many of our other planning efforts.
Thank you. And I'm glad to hear that we're actively considering a lot of different factors when we're planning for this. There are a lot of residents who are concerned about kind of Longmont's growth and frankly the Front Range's growth patterns that we've seen. And so I know you don't speak for the whole region, so we'll just focus on Longmont here, or what our system oversees. In our emails, you had said that I had asked how the community's water consumption has changed from around the year 2000, or we can go to 1996, since that was a metric year you cited back. Can you just share for the public's understanding how water consumption use has changed from 1996 until present?
Yeah, so in 1996, we were just finishing up some of our water meter efforts, and we just had our first water conservation master plan. And what we were finding was that because of that, the next 10 to 15 years, we saw a dramatic reduction in water consumption. And that was because of identified things that we could do as a city and that customers could do in terms of their own water conservation. And what I like to kind of describe is we kind of got a lot of low-hanging fruit. And what we're finding in the last, say, 10 years is that it's more and more difficult to have those same type of savings. We continue to see savings each year, but the amount of savings is getting less proportionately. So we're continuing to
the percentage reduction essentially is just a slower reduction because we've got a lot of that low-hanging fruit.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm following you there. I think you had shared via email, I'll just state this for the public record here, that since 1996, Longmont declined from consuming 215 gallons of water per capita, so that's per person per day, now to 115 gallons per capita per day in 2023. That amounts to about a 47% reduction on a per capita per day amount, which is honestly really incredible to hear. At the same time, Longmont's actually grown significantly, and I think we had discussed that Longmont's population was about 63,000 people back in 1996, and we're a little more than that now. We're about 103,000 today, and so our population increased by about 63%. that is a complete inverse set of trends when we think about population growth relative to water consumption. And so honestly, it's really impressive, and a huge kudos to you and your team for all of that management and proactive management there. We are at the mercy of Mother Nature for much of this, but also at the mercy of good stewardship of our resources and our systems. So thank you. The last question I had, from your professional expertise and experience in the region, which I understand now is a lifetime, should Longmont residents be concerned about our water supply?
Yeah, I think it's always important for our citizens to be paying attention to the water use that they're using. But I want to leave them with knowing that because of the people that are dedicated literally their entire career for watching Longmont's water resources, that they're in really good hands, and that Longmont is in probably one of the best positions related to any water provider along the Front Range, especially with respect to weathering years like 2026. It's not to say that it's not going to be tough. It's not to say that we shouldn't do our best to preserve the water resources we have, but it's because of those efforts before us that we're in such a good place now.
Thank you. And if people wanted to kind of make any efforts to just continue to help us reduce our per capita consumption, what would be kind of the top 3 or 4 things you'd recommend for folks to consider?
Yeah, Councilmember Popkin, that's a great
Sorry, I didn't ask
question.
that. I didn't ask that one via email in advance, but I have a feeling you know the answer.
That's really good. A couple really practical applications that I like to give is we're going to be turning on sprinkler systems here in the next month or 2 or 3, and a really easy way to do it is whatever you were irrigating last year, maybe irrigate 1 day less. Simply by doing that, you're cutting down your water consumption. If not, or maybe just a few minutes on a zone. If you don't have a yard, or if you additionally want to try to think about doing water conservation year-round, a really easy answer would be simply just take a shower 1 less minute. There's some really easy things I think that people can do that when we take what each of us individually do over a collective of 100 and plus citizens, it can really make a big difference. Thank you.
Just let me put my mic back on. Thank you very much for coming out. And I did see in your email that you offered to a tour or a get together with you and meet further on it. So I will take you up on that, and I'd recommend council too. I'm seeing a lot of nods. So thank you very much. And you all are coming back.
Yes.
In the spring or next month. So
yeah, we'll be back.
We'll see you very soon.
We'll be back in May, and we look forward to any
Yeah.
council that wants to meet. Be happy to meet with you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mayor, Council, at
Yes.
the risk of overwhelming you all with information, Council's discussed this on a few occasions, so I just wanted to highlight those points. So it was probably 3 or 4 councils ago when he talked about utilizing the paleo hydrology. When we were assessing Windy Gap a few years ago, we went over that with the council. And at that point, based on that information, I think the Water Board and council recommended reducing participation in Windy Gap, and we sold it. So that's how long that's how far they look out. Subsequent to that, we had 2 council meetings, or two to 3 city councils ago, we had a similar presentation that went into some other points that if council's interested, we could pull that information and share it with you. But those were hour-long presentations when we did it, so wanted to give you the high points here and let you know there's more resources available to you. One of the big changes actually was the closing of Longmont Foods, where a large amount of water was reduced when Longmont Foods closed. So that's why we're looking at the total system. But I wanted to point those things out, because we did cover it in previous presentations, and we were trying to be mindful of time. Information's there if you want it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And you know how to get a hold of them. Okay, so thanks for coming out. So now we're on to the private activity bond allocation process, presented by Molly O'Donnell, Housing and Community Investment Division Director. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Molly O'Donnell, Housing Director. I'm going to sit here and run this from here, hopefully. We're talking about private activity bonds tonight. I made a joke to my staff that private activity bonds aren't real money. They go into you put a bunch of legalese documents into a black box and suddenly a project pops out the other side. So, but they are an important tool that is getting ever more important for private development, most specifically affordable housing development. So first of all, what are private activity bonds? This is really stems from IRS rules that allow for a certain capacity of tax-exempt bonds for financing capacity be distributed out to the states annually. And then those states have allocation processes. So in our state, 50% of them are kept by the Division of Housing and then allocated to local issuers, such as the City of Longmont. And then the other half, a small amount of the other half goes towards agricultural development, and the majority of the other half, about 47%, goes to CHAFA, the Colorado Housing Finance Authority, to issue out to support various efforts that I'll get into a little bit. Really, it's a financing tool. It helps provide lower cost loans to projects, and that volume capacity, so volume cap is what we call it, is just an authorization to the city to dole out that type of financing, but it's not a specific cash value. Local impact on private activity bonds in Longmont since 1990, which is the earliest data that I have. The city has allocated its own assigned private activity bonds over $100 million worth. And we've also applied for, not city specifically, but projects within Longmont have applied for the statewide balance of private activity bonds greater than 72 million. Statewide balance just means if a locality does not allocate their own by September 15th of each year, it goes to the statewide balance, and then they can put that out into a competitive pot. Our 2026 allocation this year is just about 6.7 million. I want to talk about eligible uses of private activity bonds. In the current DOLA program, it's new construction or acquisition and rehab of housing for low to moderate income people. Single-family mortgage revenue bonds sold by local and state agencies for mortgages for low and moderate income people. This is run out of CHAFA. Mortgage credit certificates for qualified home buyers that helps them qualify for loans and get some tax credits as a first-time home buyer. That's also a program that's run out of CHAFA, and this is consistent across the country where their housing finance authorities run those programs. Or manufacturing small issue industrial development bonds for construction of manufacturing facilities that produce goods. So we have used them in the past primarily for housing, some for economic development, and granted the rules on eligibility has changed over periodically from 1990, and then also on some energy efficiency projects in the last few decades. We've had some federal program changes at the IRS come through. Generally, so the vast majority of private activity bonds are used for low-income housing finance, and that is because they unlock other leveraging opportunities for financing. They are very often paired with tax credit awards, especially for those projects that aren't competing for tax credits. So there's a competitive and a non-competitive arm of tax credits that come through CHAFA. Most preservation projects, meaning projects that have run through their tax credit compliance period and need to either re-syndicate to stay affordable, or pair that with a rehab to make sure that those units can last for the next 20 years of low-income families utilizing them. Those ones use private activity bonds heavily and stay out of the competitive tax credit world. That's mostly used for new construction. So the new rules lower the threshold test. It is very technical way to say you don't need as many PABs to move forward in a PAB, primarily bond project. What that does mean is you could, if you have enough gap financing to fill your gap otherwise, you can move forward quicker, and time value of money is a major factor. If you don't have those other gap resources, you might have to spend that same amount of time to gather them if you can't put it in this form of debt. So the new CHAFA program is rolling out, and what it does is really puts a lot of power into the city's allocation. So it really values leveraging a city's allocation to unlock extra PAB capacity. So for example, if you assign half of the city's PAB for 2026, which is about 3.3 million, then that project can apply to CHAFA and have CHAFA issue on their behalf to unlock up to 10 million more in volume capacity. So that's $10 million of debt capacity there. If a local issuer, for example, LHA, because this is all predicated on the fact that the city per charter cannot issue bonds without a vote of the people. So every year they're not sending out your private activity bonds for a vote of the people to allocate them. But the Housing Authority is an eligible issuer. The Urban Renewal Authority is an eligible issuer as well. Anyway, if you use a local issuer, then you can still unlock up to 5 million of additional volume capacity through CHAFA. So they're really putting the power in cities' hands to help projects move forward and get a lot of funding leveraged. So our local practice over, I don't know how many years, but many, many years, has been to put out in each spring a competitive application for private activity bonds. The most common awardee is the Longmont Housing Authority. There have been other uses, like I have said, but in the past 15 years, it has been, since 2008, I should say, because of the housing crisis that started at that time and financial crisis, it's been affordable housing since then. And that, again, is because it does unlock extra financing opportunities for those projects. So the typical practice has been accept applications from any applicant for an eligible project, weigh the project, score the project on the merits and how it meets city goals, et cetera, and then bring a resolution forward to council to assign that bond capacity to that project through whichever issuer it will be. So we've been considering, since there's some changes to PAB coming, since on our housing and community investment side with the city, we've learned a lot about housing development in the past 6 years since pairing with LHA, that there could be ways to streamline this process. It is an administratively heavy process each year for HCI staff. And so we wanted to bring some options forward to you today to consider. We researched other cities and what typically they do if they do not do a straight competitive process. Some of them just automatically give preference to their housing authorities. Some of them automatically assign to their housing authorities, which really means you figure it out. If you have a project, go ahead and issue on yourself. If you do not, then you can do a competitive award, but they shuffle it all over that way. Some don't do any of this. They just either typically let it go to the statewide balance, or just wait for a project proponent to call and say, I have something. So the options that I'd like for you to consider today to help streamline this process and make the projects be able to move forward quicker and easier. So option 1, giving LHA preference for the city's PABs without applying unless the city has a project. So the city has not done this in some time, but officially economic development has been something that it has used it for in the past. The city wouldn't be an issuer. For example, the Urban Renewal Authority could be an issuer. But with the current eligibility, it is really limited to very specific manufacturing sites or properties, projects that could come forward. So it's quite rare under the current program rules. But either way, the city could always preempt that, but give LHA a preference so that we don't have to do an application process is really what this be. And I'll show you the pros and cons here in a moment. The second is to assign to LHA each year. This is really to maximize LHA's financial benefit because they can pull issuance fees when they are issuing their own bonds for their own projects or for third-party projects. But that would be pushing most of the process that way. Or do not change the process. Just continue with our competitive application cycles each year. So showing kind of the comparison of these options here. Option 1 is the staff recommendation. This is to streamline the application process. It would speed up the process for projects. It would result in more certainty, which is really financially beneficial to projects. It would also prioritize this LHA because that's a quasi-governmental agency. These are essentially public projects. Third-party or private projects do and have received private activity bonds, but this would put a priority on those more public projects. Also, giving a preference rather than assigning would allow that flexibility for some projects that do need CHAFA to issue. CHAFA does have higher fees than what local issuers typically implement, but sometimes if you need $5 extra million of PABs, maybe that's worth it. The drawbacks of that item number 1 is LHA would not benefit as much from the issuance fees. So that is a consideration there. Like I've said, assigning to LHA pushes more of that control that direction. It would result in financial benefit for LHA. However, it could, if a project needs to access that CHAFA advantage, then it would be harder. It'd be an extra loop to go through to get there. Plus, LHA just has less capacity on staff side for issuing a competitive process when that would be necessary. So if we didn't change anything, just continued as we would, it would be a heavier implementation lift each year, a little more hoops to jump through. All projects would be weighed on their merits, which doesn't result in efficiency, but there is, and every project gets a fair chance that way. And we would be, private projects and public projects would be in that same bucket. So if council wishes to modify the allocation process, then LHA does have several years worth of potential projects that could benefit from private activity bond assignments. These would all still come to council for a resolution to approve that assignment, but these projects would be in that priority pipeline for the next few years. A potential mixed income transit-oriented development that LHA has been trying to move forward for some time, and the Hearthstone and Lodge rehabilitation and tax credit resyndication project that we are planning for and projecting out in the next 2 years. If council wishes to continue the existing process, we will put out a competitive application here this month and then weigh all those project applications, make a recommendation, and bring that back for assignment before the deadline. Okay, see if there's any questions.
Great. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you go back to 6 there? If we were to choose to go with option one, it's still, if there was some sort of unique project, we still could to go to your option three at any point there. There's nothing stopping us. It's just this streamlines things that you're already doing well without having to keep coming back to us and getting approval.
Correct. Projects that are already in the pipeline would have more certainty, but if projects aren't in the pipeline, have a competitive process and put it out there, just do an open call.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Molly, and thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Part of this is because I'm new to wearing both the LHA and the council hats. Explain to me why us giving preference to LHA as this body does not present a conflict of interest. Because I'm struggling a little bit to rationalize that in my own brain. Where if we're going to give as this body, I understand they're two different governing entities, et cetera. Help me understand that.
So the city owns the PAB allocation, but the city cannot issue its own private activity bonds without a vote of the people. So the only local issuers are LHA or the Urban Renewal Authority. And so technically they would there's separate responsibility there in terms of that separation comes through part of that issuance limiter. Generally, I would say the LHA is a quasi-governmental agency. And so that does make it different from a general private developer if you were going to use that as a differentiator. And I'll pause there and see if Harold has any other comments.
Yeah, I think in all of these options, that issue comes to bear, whether it was the competitive process, which we put PAB in. Did we put it in which project?
Village on Main benefited from 2 years.
Right.
Aspen Meadows, 2 years. There's a number of
So I
them.
think the piece is, in all of these options, that situation exists because ultimately the council's making the decision on the PAB allocation. And I think it's really just structurally the way that it's set. The underneath the who can sit in, who can be a housing authority board, that's also allowed. It's also under state statute, the council can sit in it. So I think it's a structural issue that exists in no matter what you do.
Councilmember Popkett.
Thanks, Mayor. Molly, this is a really helpful presentation, and it gets technical very quickly. So maybe I have a couple kind of broader questions to kind of understand kind of what the implications are of this. The first is, you mentioned, actually, the first is, are there restrictions on what types of like housing projects this can be used on? You alluded to the mixed income project and TOD projects there. Can it be used for rent and for sale properties? Like what are the general housing uses that this can be used to support?
It can not for sale directly in terms of supporting development. For sale is primarily on the buyer's side through programs that CHAFA puts out there to help them, to help folks apply for low interest loans or mortgage credit help. It is specifically, because it is quite tied to the low income housing tax credit program, also an IRS program. So when it comes to new construction, it is primarily for rental.
So new construction for rental. How about renovation? Can it be used for?
And renovation, yes.
So rental for like physical construction or renovation projects, and then it can be used to basically help, I guess, buy down some of the costs or reduce some of the costs for current mortgage holders.
So it's so CHAFA puts out very specific loan programs targeted towards income qualified folks. And that they issue the mortgages. So it's, they kind of, there was a good description of it. They're sold by the CHAFA as the state agency. And so they kind of bundle the loans together to get advantageous pricing, something that's out of the wheelhouse of a city business, if that makes sense.
Yes. When we talk about the potential options here in terms of preference, assign, all of that, who gets shortchanged if we give preference to, if we accept option 1 or option 2, I guess? Who kind of gets excluded from that, from participating in the program, or who gets shortchanged?
Someone that would be deprioritized is a private developer of affordable housing. So for instance, we had a proposal that came through last year. They were awarded funds. They were the only applicant at the time. So they would be deprioritized if there was a heavy applicant pool in any year.
Gotcha. And from your experience, you've been with the city doing housing for what, a decade?
Yes.
How many years has there been competition for these funds?
Since, I know off the top of my head, since 2020. And about half of the years there's been competition.
And is that robust competition where you'd want like a multi-winner ranked choice voting situation, or is this robust competition where like, or is this like minimal competition where you have like 2 projects and not enough funds for both?
Here's 2 projects, not enough funds for both. And also, you know, the way that the application process works, it's, are you hitting lower incomes? Are you doing a special community benefit that ties to it? Most projects end up scoring very similar because lots of them know that to meet the tax credit program through CHAFA, you got to include that stuff. So there's not a ton of differentiation in the applications. Some of the differentiation is really, is it public or private venture?
I think when we saw a lot of interest was actually after the 2013 flood, where they had the disaster recovery funds, and CHAFA was very specific that said projects that were going through their system, I think, had to have DR funds, which then they were bundling with private activity bonds. And so in some ways it's reactive to the market. Whereas right now, I think we're seeing fewer private companies that are interested simply because of the interest rates and everything else that we're seeing. So in some ways there's outside influences that could impact the competition, both creating competition and no competition based on what the market influence is. That
Okay. If we go with option 1, which is staff's recommendation here, if I was a private developer who wanted to access these private activity bonds, how would I then kind of enter into this preference-based pool, if you will?
So it wouldn't be in the preference-based pool, but if we did not have a preference-based project already in the pipeline, we could either put out the competitive application. These developers also are looking at the statewide balance and applying for that. And that is a secondary source for private activity bonds if you can't get the city's allocation.
And that's also kind of pooling money from across the entire state of folks who don't use private activity bonds. So in some ways we could actually leverage more money for Longmont purposes if we kind of proceed with some preference, and some of the market players who might want to engage on this on the private development side actually go tap into the state pool on this.
Yes, pull from both.
Great. And just the last question I had here was on the carry forward provisions. So correct me if I'm wrong, is this a situation where I think up to 3 years you can carry forward?
That's correct.
Is this a situation when you would do this where you're trying to basically roll over funds basically, or carry forward the funds for a single larger project?
Yeah.
Is that where you would kind of stack this up?
Yes, to time it out where you're garnering all your resources for a couple of years and then you're ready. Or because you need multiple years worth, you need more than the 6.7 that we have in a given year.
the other side on the seeing the interest is there does tend to be a bit of horizon where we're seeing folks that are interested in projects ahead of when they actually need it, because they're actually coming into our system and starting conversations regarding our affordable housing program and fee waivers and those types of issues. They're also going into the housing authority system, having conversations about a special limited partnership. So the horizon on when they tend to come into projects is, I think we would see the need earlier than just it's an immediate they're coming in. We would probably see it a year or two ahead based on preference, which it's then our obligation to make you all aware of that request and bring that forward. Which
As in,
then,
if you start to see that momentum or move, you would come back to us and say, hey, we think there's some folks where we might want to kind of shift back to that competitive application.
so if you chose option one, that's then where option one goes to option three, is if we start seeing that need.
Yeah, that's, okay.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Putting it together. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Thank you for the presentation. Okay, just clarifying question, because I'm having trouble understanding like the difference between 1 and 2 as far as like process. So preference to LHA, would the city still like handle like the paperwork?
Yes.
And it's just streamlined?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you guys are not like accepting all kinds of applications, because we are like, if LHA has a project, they have a project and we're done. Assigned to LHA, they would take on that load, but I heard you say they don't have the capacity probably to do that. And they would still get preference, right? Because
Yes.
now they own the baby.
Yes.
Okay. A couple questions here. Let me just switch over to my notes. Okay. So the first one was already answered. If there is a competitive award that goes out, or I guess you just answered that too, who oversees the, oh yeah, so if there is a competitive award, LHA doesn't have a project, is the city overseeing that process?
Correct.
Okay.
In option 1.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you talk about private developers, does that include some of our buddies like Habitat for Humanity and Thistle and?
So, yes, not Habitat for Humanity, because that's home ownership, but Thistle would be considered, they're a nonprofit developer, but they would be lumped in with the competitive application side.
And it was my understanding that Habitat does have rental. Am I wrong?
Habitat generally does home ownership.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No rental in St. Vrain Habitat.
There
Yes.
could be other habitat organizations that has rental, but St. Vrain does.
Okay. And if the city did a partnership with our buddies like Thistle or another kind of nonprofit, then would that kind of be that preference? Would it be like an LHA and Thistle partnership?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Okay. So some of we are kind of excluding some of those non-profit developers who could bring a public project to light. Okay. And then as to Popkin, he had mentioned something, you had mentioned the state access and then the city access. As a private developer, could I tap into both?
Yes.
I could tap into the cities and I could tap into the states.
Yes, correct.
And that nonprofit could be that private. Okay. Good to know. All right. Lot to think about there. That's all my questions. Thank you so much for answering them.
I do have one added comment if you were interested. Christy made a good point, Christy Wiseman from HCI, that when third-party private developers are applying for statewide balance, often they have to do that through their housing authority anyway. So the housing authority applies on their behalf to the state. So there is a partnership that comes in that way. So.
Not to make this more complicated. So it does come in through the housing authority. You do apply on behalf of them, but then if you entered into an agreement for an SOP, then they could also potentially utilize the preference in that agreement process. It just streamlines it. So that's why I said, at the risk of making this more complicated, it ultimately does kind of move through this cycle in their options. to your question, and I'm going to go back to Councilmember Marcin's question in the sense of what option 2 would do would just move it from the city to the LHA, but you as a policymaking body will still have the same requirement. You're just putting a different hat on.
And then one more question. I mean, I doubt that it'll happen, right? But if we do have a project that's, through LHA, any given grant year or bond year, but there's another project that came to light that added more per se public benefit, could staff kind of weigh what resources we have for that LHA property and what great benefit this might bring and kind of redirect even though we have a project?
That is a possibility. You can also split your allocation to multiple projects in a single year, and what we would do is bring that back in the form of your approval on a resolution to do that. So you would still have the end all be all decision making power.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Christ.
Well, thank you, Ms. O'Donnell, especially for this chart, which was very helpful. Slide number 6. And I want to say that I've been thinking along the same lines as Councillor Popkin and also Councillor Prieto. Thanks for helping to kind of personalize that a little bit. Something that I receive a lot of is concern that developers have to compete with the city for their developments, especially if they're in the lower income range. And so this would seem to be exactly that topic. And so I guess I would like some clarification about what impact does this have for developers in terms of, does it make it harder for them to actually build? And so therefore they choose to do fee in lieu because I'm guessing the gap financing maybe needs to be bigger if you don't have a PAB assignment and you only have CHAFA?
So the fee in lieu would not apply to an affordable housing development. If it is a purely affordable project, then if the inclusionary housing requirement is being met on site already. So
Right.
there would not be a fee in lieu impact.
And so PABs only apply to a fully
affordable projects,
Okay.
yes.
So we'll take that off. But is there a bigger gap if you only have the CHAFA funds and don't receive a PAB award?
So this is where it gets a little complicated because it's about how much debt service a project can accommodate. And gap financing sometimes affects that, sometimes it doesn't. So I think in the end, it would be if a project was denied private activity bonds, they would have to seek out other debt sources, some of which might be higher interest debt, but still available. So it could impact projects in terms of their timeline of gathering those resources.
Okay.
That would be the case today, however, as well. If we have if we're oversubscribed on applications, one project is not going to be able to get it, and they have to keep looking.
So if you had both CHAFA and you had private activity bonds, you would have less that you needed to borrow to fund the gap.
Correct.
Okay. The city can carry over their private activity bonds for 3 years. Is that true for private developers as well?
So it has to be assigned to
the
an
issuer?
issuing entity,
Okay.
and then that can be carried forward for that 3 years. CHAFA really wants to see a project assigned, or else they start calling saying, why don't you just do statewide balance if you're not going to assign a project? So generally, projects need to be happening in a timely fashion.
Okay. Well, my concern is that this is a bit of a city first, developer later type philosophy if we go with number 1, and to some degree with number 2. I think the only truly competitive one is number 3, which I understand is a little bit more difficult. But isn't this what we decided a year ago or a year and a half ago? Didn't we make the number 3 decision as a council?
We have not touched the private activity bond program in the 10 years that I've been here.
I think we had a project where private activity bonds were involved.
That,
That's what I'm
certainly,
thinking of.
yes. You've
Okay.
seen a couple of those.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so those are my concerns. Do you feel that the city is a good determiner, in other words, a gatekeeper for these funds regarding whether the city uses them or private developers use them? Do you feel like it's an even access? Like if somebody comes to you with a fabulous idea, that the city would put aside our projects in favor of this fabulous idea?
That would be a council decision because every single project would come to council to say, should this one go forward or not, whether it's a city project, an LHA project, or a privately proposed project.
And we would know what other projects are out there?
If we do not have a full application process, then that may not be as clear. Maybe some call and knock on our door anyway. That's a possibility.
Yeah, okay. So we would have a tendency to favor city projects first, just because of the process.
City projects, if you all choose, LHA projects, which would be much more common. And that is what's part of number 1. Yes.
We still can work with other developers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't make a really strong distinction between the city and LHA, although I know there is a distinction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So those are my concerns. Thank you for offering another layer of clarity.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marcin, and
This is my second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Christ offered there. I think, I think we all hear a lot of the same concerns when we talk to folks who are trying to get into this affordable housing space. And I think the more that we can do to work with especially our nonprofit partners. I was thinking of the In-Between specifically, who does a lot of work in this space, and other organizations. I am, again, uncomfortable a little bit with just because, the state has set up this system where it's legally allowable, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm super comfortable with it. And so I'm actually going to move, although Councilmember Popkin has his microphone on.
we still have other people.
Okay.
in the queue.
What was that?
We still have other people
Yeah,
in the queue.
no, okay. Yeah, I didn't see the mic, so, all right, go for it, Councilmember Popkin.
Well, okay. So, Councilmember Popkin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the concerns of Councilmember Marcin and Councilmember Christ. Where I'm struggling with the concerns a little bit is I don't think, we've had a competitive process for the decade plus that staff has been referring to. And I think my understanding of the reason of why this is coming before us tonight as an option is that we haven't had enough competition to merit the competitive application process that is time and administratively intensive. And that's not for a one. And there are many, many tools. We certainly have seen construction and development in that time. I think all 7 of us have seen that in all corners of the community. So we haven't had a shortage of interested builders and developers. And my understanding is this is one of many tools in the toolbox, and it's a very specific, narrowly narrowly focused tool in terms of what it can be applied to. My understanding of staff's recommendation here is that largely because of that, on average, limited if nil competition in some years, is that running that competitive application process takes more time than it's worth currently. That's my interpretation of this. Molly, is that a reasonable characterization of staff's perspective on this?
Yes, it is.
And so then I think about how do we, we've also had a conversation at council, how can we improve processes to free up capacity for staff? Considering we co-run the LHA, I understand your conflict concerns, Councilmember Marcin, but at the same time, there's efficiencies of scale that we're able to achieve that we have already seen from the Housing Authority as well. And not only efficiencies of scale of time, but from the conversation that Molly and I were having before, actually efficiencies of scale of access to additional resources, to the extent that we can bring in more resources than our current process really enables by kind of pulling from the state as well, if we truly leverage this effectively. So, I understand where maybe this feels uneasy, but this is a situation where it doesn't seem like I wouldn't want to break a process that isn't broken. And I'm not saying that it's broken entirely, but we're not seeing enough competition inherently to merit the time and effort that staff is putting in. And so I think that's why I'm leaning towards option one. What I wanted to clarify, Molly, here is on this this matrix, you do share. You mentioned that the benefits of one is that we get access to CHAFA's higher awards. The benefits to two is the financial benefits for LHA from issuance fees. Can you elaborate
Right.
on the issuance fees and what that refers to a little bit more specifically?
So-
and the magnitude of what we're talking about?
Sure. So every project that uses private activity bonds includes costs in their pro forma for issuance fees. The bank has to take their fee off of doing what they do. CHAFA takes their fee off of doing what they do. And those are pretty hefty. I don't have an exact number off the top of my head, but it is in the 6 digits for a typical project that we would see come forward. So going through CHAFA, sometimes you might be willing to pay a higher fee if it unlocks up to 10 million more. If you're going through a local issuer, typically those fees are lower than CHAFA's because they're trying to, say, use us. And so in that case, if it did make sense for a project to stick with a local issuer, then at least LHA would have a financial benefit, or could in the future.
I see. And maybe could you just elaborate? I know you spoke to this a little bit, but could you, now that we've gone through some of the Q&A, could you just elaborate on why staff is leaning towards number one versus number two?
It offers a balance of streamlined implementation, but still keeping options open for a project that has varying needs. One project to the other is always so different. Maybe one would be more advantageous to use CHAFA.
Thank you. And the last question I had, sorry, one more, is on you said some synergy with tax credits, like low-income housing tax credits, LIHTC. Can you remind me where in Longmont we have our LIHTC census tracts? And so where would that synergy best layer in?
So it best layers in on preservation projects. So the Village on Main rehabilitation, the Aspen Meadows Senior rehabilitation, the Hearthstone and Lodge that would be coming up, because preservation projects don't often compete well in a very oversubscribed competitive tax credit process. So if you can garner enough private activity bond resources in your own financing, then you can come in and do a non-competitive tax credit award. So it's kind of pairing two sources rather than relying on one that's harder to get, but big hitting.
So to simplify that answer, in essence, it's worth acknowledging that perhaps one of the main attractions of this is actually for renovating current properties rather than necessarily building new.
Yes, and that was one of the main benefits of the new IRS rules, is this now unlocks more opportunity for preservation projects. Because right now, to go back in and get a tax credit re-syndication, which means renewal, it's supposed to be 15 years, but in real life, because of the limited resources, it's like 25 years that you could be waiting for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Prieto.
The other council members brought up kind of different points, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So, well, one question actually. The state allotment and the city allotment, is it the same amount?
So the state gets 50% of the entire state's, I should say the state of Colorado, so Division of Housing allocates 50% of the entire state allocation to cities based or eligible issuers based on population. So the amount that we get every year is a population-based amount.
So if I was a developer and I applied to the state, it would be the same amount that the city
I
gets?
see. It depends on how big that statewide pool is. So each year, if it's not used, then that pool could be one size versus the other, depending on how the market looked in the
And
last year.
developers can still access that even though we're giving preference to LHA.
Yes.
Okay. And then public-private partnerships are still happening. Like, us giving preference to LHA is not saying like, well, we're not going to do any other, we're not like totally leaving out all developers who are bringing some type of public benefit. And this is kind of I mean, it's 5 million, you said, is that correct?
This year, 6.7.
6.7. So 6.7 million is kind of like, I want to say a drop in the bucket when you look at some of the developments that we put forth. And so this is only one small source of funding out of the different types of funding that people can get via tax credits, et cetera.
It is one tool in our toolbox.
Yes. And then, yeah, so it's not if a developer doesn't get our portion from the city, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's because the 5 million, again, is just a small amount. Like, they still have to secure funding, and I mean, the process is so extensive, I can't even, and it's so different with each development. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Thank you.
Councilmember Christ.
Should we let Councilor Kalkofer, since I'm number 2, I'm on the second time? Well, what I know is that I've had developers say that they have land sitting empty, that they were not able to compete with the city. And I do think developers understand their pro formas very well. So I'm just trying to level the playing field so that more developers can get into this. I understand that LHA is very good at what they do, but I do think we should leave space for competition, especially from others on the outside that want to develop affordable housing. So I would move to adopt number 3.
We still have another person.
I know we do,
So,
but that's where I'm going.
okay. Good. So I'm going to go ahead and move it to Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. What I'm confused about is who puts the money in the local fund? Is that us, or is that where does that money come from?
For private activity bonds, it's not actual money. That's why it's such a nebulous concept. It is just the IRS allowing you to use tax exempt bonds up to a certain amount, and everything past that needs to be taxable. That's it.
Okay.
Do we think it will staple competition though? Because I think it will. Sorry, I don't know if that was clear or
Is
not.
that a council question?
Do you think it will stifle competition?
Based on our last 10 years of experience, usually it has been LHA coming through. There have been others, but also with the changes to the rules, we don't know if that means that they need less to move forward versus more to move forward. So it's kind of remains to be seen how that would actually impact the individual projects and how their capital stacks are looking. But yes, this would, item number 1 or 2, would give preference to LHA projects if they are there and ready.
And last question, how much additional staff time will we save if we go to 1 or 2? Because I know we want to make sure that we're using your time accordingly, and we don't want to add additional burden to you, but how much time does it actually save by going to 1 or 2?
We usually have a 45-day public application period. Our application itself is 10 pages or so of scoring criteria. Then staff now needs to score each of those applications on those 10 pages of criteria. And then we bring a proposal to council. This part would happen anyway. Bring the proposal to council for an approval to move forward. Really what the preference route would do is provide certainty so that the housing authority for public projects knows what they can do for a period going forward.
Just listening to everyone, There could be a middle ground that maybe we can get a little capacity, in that we could, and so right now we go full on into an application process, which that's the time sink. And some years they come in, some years they don't. I think one year we carried over 3 years in a row because there was no one coming into the system. So I think that's part of the equation. We could minimize the front end work to do something like a notice of intent just to see who's interested. Then if no one's interested, then we go through preference one. But if someone's interested, we can do a more basic evaluation to see if they even qualify, because I think that's part of the problem too. In some of these groups, you go through and do all the work, but then they don't qualify. So there's a lot of moving pieces. That could be a hybrid option between 1 and 3. Still saves a staff time on the front end. Does give certainty if that's the case, but also while they could come in through the housing authority and we could come back, it's a little bit more overt in terms of a process. So it's a hybrid version of 1 and 3. Lessens the work in years when they're not submitting, but in years where they are, I think that answers some of the questions that all of you were touching on, is how do we know? I think that is a way to see how you know without absorbing all the work.
I would be in favor of that option because I want us to make sure that we are keeping competition available for some of these developers to come in and, want to do some of these projects that we want them to do. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem, were you wanting to make a motion? Or, okay, so I wasn't sure if it was a comment, question, or motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move option 1 with the caveat or additional hybrid element of notice of intent attached to it.
I will second that. Okay. So I'll wait for it to pop up on the screen, and I'll repeat it. So, did you get it? Is it up on the? Is it in your screen? No. Let me refresh. Oh wait, did it pop up? Okay. Well, I just refreshed. So, so everyone has spoken twice, except for Councilmember Kalkofer. And, okay. Yeah, so let's, I'm gonna reread it and then we'll have a discussion. So, I now have the spinning wheel of death, so let me scoot over here. So, thank you. So, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem to direct staff to modify the private activity bond allocation process, to waive the application process if no other applications come forward, with the opportunity for intent, letter of intent. So there we go. And that was seconded by me. Before we vote, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I prefer to see it written in the reverse. I would prefer to see that we will go with item number 3, and in the absence of any applications, revert to item 1.
Does that
Or, not
change the intent?
application, and that's the word that you don't like, huh?
Yeah, no.
Letter of intent
Well, I
versus
think what we were
application.
saying, what I call it, a notice of
Letter
intent.
of, notice of intent.
Notice
Notice of
notice
intent.
of intent.
An NOI.
An NOI, and then if it's, no one submits, then we move into that, prioritized to the housing authority.
So it
That's the way
does
I would like
happen
it
that,
to go.
that's
Yeah.
the way it would happen.
Yeah,
With
so
the
we
way
would-
we've stated it,
Yeah.
it will happen that way.
Well, we still have the word application in here.
Yeah, so the application's the big piece, because the application's a time sink.
Right. So would we say direct staff to modify private activity bond allocation process? To solicit notice of intent, and if none come forward, proceed with LHA priority.
So Harold, and I don't know if you, I don't think you can see what, so currently what it, as it's written, is moved and seconded, moved by Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by me, to direct staff to modify the private equity bond allocation process to waive the application process if no other applications come forward.
With notice of intent.
With notice of intent, but it's not written on here. It is?
Yeah.
Oh, where's it at? Oh, okay.
It is on mine.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we each have something different that we're looking at. Yeah.
You want to come look at it?
Come back. Come on back.
Okay. Yeah, that is so weird. Okay.
This is option 1 with the notice of intent.
Yes, yes. It's,
I hope they're getting a shot of this.
yeah.
Let's refresh, Susie. It's getting very.
Okay.
That says what you want. It means we go to a notice of intent, if no one comes forward, then we go to the preference process to LHA.
So we're seeking we're seeking notices of intent from them.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah,
it's-
you're doing basically option.
I'm confused by the word application being in there twice when we don't want application.
Not the competitive application process. The notion that it's just a,
What are we saying? Say again, Sandy?
So I'm still seeing the old language. It's not, I've tried to refresh, so I can't see the new version with notice of intent. So I'm fine. So it's option 1, but adding that,
Can somebody read the language for the public?
yeah, I'm gonna
Whoever
have, Diane,
has-
I'm gonna have you read it, because it's not.
To direct staff to modify the private activity bond allocation process to waive the application process if no other applications come forward with notice of intent.
It's there.
Yeah. Okay.
So, just to tell you how we hear it is, we will operationally put out a notice of intent.
Okay.
If a notice of intent comes back where there's no interest, then we will prioritize LHA and public projects. So remember, it's both. If there is interest, then we would then move through a process eventually to an application. But I think we could minimize what we're bringing in. So the first thing is there anyone that intends to apply to use private activity bonds? If it's yes, then we go through the process. If it's no, then we have a preference to LHA and public projects. Even in the process, just to be clear, you're likely to see private projects and LHA projects competing in that process, but it's just bringing the other piece in.
Do you think this will be clear to the public and developers since application is the word is in there twice? You know, are they going to feel like they need to put in a full application?
No, what we could put the notice out to say, if you intend to apply, submit a letter of intent, and then we would use that.
Yeah, different
A
issues.
solicitation for a letter of intent or a notice of intent.
Yeah, different issue. This is giving us a policy direction. We will make the public information
Yeah.
so
Thank
it's very
you.
focused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thanks, Mayor. I actually I appreciate the thoughtfulness of staff here to think about maybe a little bit of a hybrid approach. I actually still very much prefer option 1, and I'm actually a little bit surprised. I was trying to get at this with the discussion with Molly earlier. New construction that would be financed from these is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I misunderstood, would be only rental housing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I've interpreted this council's general direction when we have, or preference when we have opportunities to kind of shift the market, which this is one of them, to actually give some preference more to shift the market back to a more balanced of rental and for sale. And this actually does, the funds don't have to be not used. We just heard that we would use them to renovate existing LHA properties. And, you know, I don't know if a notice of intent is fundamentally going to change this market, but, you know, almost to Councilmember Christ's exact argument, if it nudges it in the other direction, that's what I heard last week from some of my fellow council members on the old Walmart site. That's what I've heard from some of my fellow council members weeks and months before when we've been talking about other housing projects. So this is an opportunity we actually have to start to shift the market back and give us a little bit more control over the types of projects we want to invest in. I would lean more towards option one, staff's preference, without the modification, if we are actually trying to both enhance our existing housing stock and rebalance our housing market.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
I second that. No, I'm just
Okay.
playing. I'm just playing. No. I would say, because then it kind of just takes away what Molly brought forward to us today. Kind of that, as they're thinking of ways to bring certain projects forward or renovate current existing properties, and we were just at Ascent today, and that's LHA, right? Wonderful property, okay?
Yeah.
And so as they're planning forward, this helps secure that plan. And so I think just not going with number one is just going pretty much with there's the intent, but does it even, you know what I mean? Like, is it even achieving the purpose in which staff is bringing forward today? And so I'm kind of with Matthew in that, let's just go with number one as staff has recommended. And I talked a lot about this on my campaign trail of like, you know, we're a short but mighty team, and opening up that time for staff to focus on other things to truly make a difference in the city. Like, you know, we have to trust that they are the experts and they know what they're doing. And I don't think that this does anything to the developer pool. I think there's a lot of things that we can do as a council to help open opportunity for outside developers, but I don't think that the bonds is going to be the game changer here. So I'm with Matthew. I don't know. I'm sorry to complicate it, but I'm out with throwing out that one and just doing number one.
I don't think you were complicating the issue. Personally, I do agree to go with one. You know, having now been here for a hot minute, I see that, you know, all these things that are coming back to us essentially were coming from our direction, from our goals and objectives, from things that we as council members have said around streamlining the process, getting those shovel-ready projects ready to go immediately. And, you know, and we're seeing the fruits of our labor, you know, being produced as we were at Ascent today. And I think these steps, these tweaks by the people who know the systems and know, you know, this is your line of work, this, you know, I trust your judgment on this, that this is going to produce the types of housing we need for our low-income people, the people who need it the most, that this will help get us inches there closer. So I am supportive of one. I seconded this motion with the hope that it would help bring other folks on board, or it's a good hybrid or a compromise. So I'm going to go ahead and move it over to Councilmember Christ.
I think we're not going to have a huge number of people swarming with letters of intent.
I would not expect that. This is
Right.
a pretty limited pool of those
Yeah.
that work in this field.
But we do need to leave the door open. Sometimes there's things that you should do just because they're the right thing to do. And in this case, we can't always take it on ourselves to do everything. It's almost, what's the word? I don't understand this word, but I'm going to use it. It's almost patriarchal in that we're always the ones doing it. We have to leave the door open to let other people participate in our goals and aspirations in this city. And developers have said to me, I wanted to do this, but I was competing with the city and I couldn't really compete on their level because you are better at this. But if a developer wants to help, aren't you agreeable to that? I think probably you very much are. The ones that you brought to us with the project or activity bonds, they were renovations. So that's maybe a little bit easier for a private person to deal with, because there was one that was private. But I do think with the door open, we would see more development and more developers come to the table and learn to work this out. Not immediately and not in large numbers, but I think it could be very interesting. And those projects would come to council, so they wouldn't have to be rentals. We could say we want for sale. Isn't that true?
Not using the private activity bonds.
So any private activity bonds, even used by the city, would have to be
For
rental. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but the renovations we've received have been from private developers.
So Mayor,
Yeah,
I think
go
there's
ahead.
a couple of points I want to make in this. And so when we look at partnering with developers, we actually do that a lot. And specifically when we look at our affordable housing fund that council created and our attainable housing fund, where they come in a different, and this gets to the multiple tools. They come in different processes and make requests for funds and as part of gap financing in that. And so we have partnered with private developers on those projects. Now, there's very specific criteria that they have to meet in terms of, especially on the for sale side, in terms of the price points. In addition, on the housing authority side, the housing authority does partner with private developers in terms of the special limited partnership, which actually reduces, gives them a tax exempt status. And so they'll come at us with that. So I wanted to make sure that the council knew this is one piece of a multifaceted process where we do engage in different areas with different groups in terms of how we deal with issues. So I just wanted to make that clear. And so there's many programs that we have. They also come in with us on fee waivers. And so we provide fee waivers for projects where they come in and they're actually building, where they build the units on site, they qualify for fee waivers. So there's a number of spaces where we do partner with private developers on their projects. This one's a little bit more difficult, but we do that in numerous areas.
Thank you, Harold. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Molly, in the past, in your decade or so, and you may have mentioned this and I might have just missed it, kind of to Councilmember Prieto's thoughts, have the in-between Thistle, those nonprofit partners that are in this space, have they applied for these bonds?
Not in the last 10 years.
Is that a capacity thing for them, potentially?
It's more that because it's so often a tool that is best used on preservation projects, it depends on where they are in their 25-year cycle of a property. So it is feasible that they could in the future, but we have not seen that. It's been, I couldn't look it up for you at the exact moment I died, but since 1990, I have not seen. I think Thistle's been on there one time for a prior, like a 2006 rehab is what I recall.
I remain uncomfortable with closing the door totally. I'm not saying it's. I'm saying with it's, and that I remain. I think the hybrid option, that the motion that we're currently discussing, makes sense, because it lifts the staff barrier to a large degree, meaning we're not going to have. I agree. We're very likely, I think, to see that trend continue, where LHA is going to continue to get the majority of these bonds. I think if we create a climate where folks feel good about working with us, where there is a process in place where we can execute, I feel better about that. I feel a lot better about option one in total than I did at the beginning of the conversation, but I'm supportive of this motion still. So.
Good. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so, the reason for including that language was to work across the way here with others and compromise and bring that component to this. What was a deal breaker for some, this became a deal maker for others. And I think that that's what we should be doing, because if we're always going to, want the perfect piece of legislation here, I think we're going to fall short. I don't think that this takes anything away from anybody. I think this just gives an opportunity. As we've heard, that we haven't had a whole lot of competition, but if that little notice of intent allows for the developers that Councilmember Christ is referring to feel like there's some sort of avenue for getting, being included in the process, then I think that's a good thing. We know that our history says otherwise, but let's. I'd prefer us to just move forward with this, and not somehow, use a meat cleaver on this over and over again.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. So, do you want to do a verbal vote? Okay. Okay, so he's a yay? So that motion carries 5-2 with council members Prieto and Popkin in dissent. Okay.
Thank you, council
I
members.
thought you were in support of this. Okay. So, I mean, that's, yeah, okay. Okay, because it still brings us the same results, but, okay. So we are now on to our legislative bills recommended for city council position.
Hello, Mayor Hidalgo Faring and members of council. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. Get this. Okay. I have several bills, partially because I was out last week. I'm definitely feeling better. So
Are you
thank
feeling better? You
I
still
am.
sound
I
a little.
Still sound a little funny, but I feel so much better.
Good, I'm glad.
So thank you for your patience. So we have a whole bunch of bills to go through today. The first one is House Bill 261071 concerning allowing local governments to locate automated vehicle identification system on an interstate highway. These are things like traffic cameras and red light cameras and things like that. And this would, is my time up?
It's time up. We're done.
Yes, yeah. And so it basically allows local governments to be able to deploy those kinds of cameras on federal interstates like Main Street, up at the 287 area. So since transportation and Vision Zero are priorities for the City Council, staff recommends that the City Council support House Bill 261071. This is also CML initiated legislation as well.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to support House Bill 261071. Do we have a second? And it has been seconded by Councilmember Christ. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah. Before it pops up, go for it.
Sandy, question. So you mentioned Main Street. Can you tell me any other kind of interstate highways that this would apply to?
Highway 66 for
Okay.
Longmont. Yeah.
Just 66 and
Those
287?
Those are our only state highways that go through Longmont that I can think of off the top of my head. But it would apply to all of those, and it would also allow other local governments to be able to do the same.
Okay. I'm having a little bit of a hard time with this one just because we're basically making money off of our residents here. Speeding. Not that I'm a speeder. But
Oh, never mind. Keep going.
Okay.
I think they're trying to have a
I
conversation.
had like a great thought percolating there, and you guys messed it up. Just plain. No, and I just think of I don't want to drive and it's like driving with a police officer behind you. You know, like I just want to drive freely, you know, and not worry about what's monitoring, who's monitoring me. You know, granted, you know, I'm going the speed limit, and I just don't know that this is I'm going to vote no on this just because, like I said, like, if I'm on the highway, I just want to cruise. Like, I don't want to think about the freaking, anybody who goes on 119 is like so paranoid about those cameras, and
119 would be one also. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking
and
about.
I'm just, you know, I just want to drive. I just, you know, I want one less thing to worry about, and yeah, cruise control, yeah. But then also, like, when we think about some of the populations, like, you know, who is this gonna hit the most? And you know, I don't know. I'm a big fat no on this one, guys. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Prieto, one of the things that we've talked
Yes.
about previously in this as part of the Vision Zero work is that really it's the speeds. A lot of the times it's the speeds that leads to those to the fatalities.
Yes.
And so your comment, you would feel like there's an officer with you. You're totally right, and that's the point. And you know, to quote my boss in the last State of the City, he said, "Are we going to make some money on this? Yes. Do we hope that eventually we don't? Yes.
Yeah. You know, having my best friend get T-boned by a speeder and lost 80% of her ability to talk. She had to relearn verbs. And I mean, I'm in support of this. And if you were, and every year they have the survivors or the family victims.
World Day of Remembrance.
World Day of Remembrance. And that was just listening to family members talk about this. But, you know, I have a different feeling about speed cameras. Like, go the speed, but, you know, go the speed limit. So that's my personal feeling. And also, the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners Coalition are also, they're collecting, you know, a lot of the feelings on our board is we support this measure. So other mayors and commissioners along in the Northwest region, we will be supporting this. They're getting final tally of which councils have endorsed this. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. As the former chair of the Transportation Board, I don't speak for the Transportation Board, but I did learn a lot while I was on the Transportation Board. And there's some boards that I share for transportation, and speed is the number one. Speed kills.
Yeah.
And we're not in the business to collect money.
No,
we're not here to make money. This is not a revenue generating, and it does change behaviors. If you look at what is happening in the work zone for Diagonal, it is slowing down traffic and it is saving lives. And yes, you know, we are going to be penalizing some folks. There's going to be a large warning period, like every other intersection or section of road. For NADA, we're also talking about putting it in between Berthoud and Loveland to reduce speed and reduce fatal accidents. And I'm in huge support of this. I don't want to be taxed either by going, you know, if you want to go fast, go to a drag race. I'm sorry. We need to make sure that people who are on our roadways are arriving alive. And if we can change behavior by putting in a small fee, I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and vote. Oh, it was moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Christ. Okay, so that carries 5-2 with Councilmember Marcin and Councilmember Prieto, the speeders, in dissent.
Councilmember Prieto, I completely understand and have received my share of speeding tickets, so I do understand.
I purposely don't go on 119.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so Mayor Hidalgo Farring, your next one is House Bill 261106. So this one is kind of tricky because the title is concerning eviction protections for tenants, which is something I think we generally like to do, is to protect our tenants from eviction issues. But this one is not exactly as it seems. The bill does all sorts of different things, which I've kind of laid out here. I'm going to try to go through it so that you can understand the different pieces of the bill. But essentially, it limits the number of eviction actions that the court can schedule, which sounds good. You know, that, hey, we're only going to have a few of these, but it leads to pretty big backups. And if you're in the middle of an evictions procedure, you really want this to be resolved more quickly rather than having backups at the courts. It does prohibit including a minor defendant as a named defendant. Our staff felt like that's probably good. That's probably not a bad idea. But the rest of these things really create issues for not only our housing staff, but also our mediation folks, which includes things like prohibiting the court from entering a judgment without a trial and repealing the deposit of the rent owed, because currently the tenant appealing the eviction must pay the deposit of the rent found due at the judgment at the time that it's filed. But if they don't actually pay the deposit, the lower court ruling is affirmed. So because it removes this, the rent owed would continue to accrue without security. Possession would continue to be delayed. The risk of non-recovery would continue to rise. And this creates a problem for our landlords, particularly the small ones that are renting out maybe a few places as opposed to kind of the larger rental market. This also poses a problem for the Longmont Housing Authority as well. It makes lots of procedural changes that don't actually seem to help the tenants and certainly do hurt the landlords. And so for this, while well-meaning, the bill risks unintended consequences that may ultimately undermine the housing stability, and staff recommends that the City Council oppose House Bill 261106.
Do we have any?
So moved.
Oh, okay. So,
Opposition to
Okay.
261106.
So we don't have a second on that yet. Councilmember Prieto, did you want to second that?
No.
Or you want to speak? So,
Comment.
okay, yes.
Or question.
And I'll second it, or you, Councilmember?
I'll second for the
Okay, Councilmember Popkin has seconded it. Thank you.
So, for many years, I worked with folks who were facing kind of this eviction process. So, I see this through a different lens, and you were going through them. Some of them I wasn't understanding fully, but just to state one of them, the delay in court process. I see that argument. But when you work with folks like I do and you have so many in a courtroom at once, it's hard for them to receive representation and assistance via the advocates if advocates are overwhelmed. And even I'm still learning about our process here in Longmont. Boulder kind of had it together, still has it together, I think. But Longmont, we don't have a partnership with Bridge to Justice, representing tenants, helping them apply to state eviction funding. And so although I hear the city's position, and also through the organization I work with, we also have a shelter program. And so I hear that if someone's not following kind of that process, it can be hard to evict. And so this one's just a little, I'm hearing staff, but I also want to make sure that we're protecting residents and their rights. There was the first one with the court backup. The minor one makes sense. Prohibits court from entering judgment without a trial or hearing when a tenant's answer to an eviction complaint expresses intent to cure non-payment. Can you explain that a little bit? I guess I'm just struggling with the language here.
So this one would increase the court appearances. So, for example, if you said, yes, I'm late on my rent, it still requires you to appear in court, as opposed to just working it out. And so that creates delays and I think more work for the person who is in the process of being evicted. I should also mention that, although I'm not sure where we partner necessarily, but our community and neighborhood resources folks provide a mediation program, and we actually do go and help to represent people who are facing the eviction process in Boulder County Court.
because we've transferred over from doing our evictions here in Longmont and transferred to Boulder, and our advocates do represent. Are we seeing that it's hard? Are we seeing that the increase in just cases per every Friday that the court sees for eviction, that it's hard to find them the resources in a system to the capacity that we should be? Do you know?
Absolutely, but slowing down the process won't help that.
Okay.
It's just going to create more and more of a backlog. Yeah.
Repeals the deposit of rent owed under current law. A tenant appealing an eviction for non-payment must deposit. So, and that's an equity issue, right? So if someone is low income, if they can't pay that deposit, then they can't go forward in the court process. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. And this would strike that. That's the way that it works today. And this would strike that.
Yeah, so they wouldn't have to pay a deposit to have their case go to trial.
I believe that's true, yeah. What it ends up doing, if the only remaining protection for the landlords is requiring demonstration of evidence of serious economic harm. So this is something that would harm the landlords in this particular case. And we recognize that it's a balance. By no means do we want to increase evictions. I mean, I would love it if our mediators had less and less work to do all the time, but that is not what is happening. They are certainly working at the courts. The Longmont court actually closed, and they moved all those cases to Boulder County Court in Boulder. So they're now there trying to help with people who have been evicted. But they really felt like this would be a lot stronger if we really focused on education and assistance as opposed to harsher treatments of the landlords. And just kind of delaying. I mean, it feels like the bill to the staff was really interested in delaying the process, which only works for a small amount of time. It doesn't help somebody actually get out of a situation that they've gotten into. It's the assistance that helps that. And so delaying the court dates and those kinds of things they felt was not helpful in this particular case. It was harmful for the landlords for sure, and eventually therefore also for the tenants.
So are there, like, if this, okay. I mean, and I see the city of Longmont coming at this and staff coming at this from a landlord perspective because of LHA, right? Which makes total sense.
I think the reason I brought this one,
too.
the reason I brought it was because it was not just the Longmont Housing Authority folks and not just the housing folks that were opposing it, but also our mediator, our lead mediators.
And it's hard too, because, you know, people can go to their first court date and agree not to have an eviction if they move out by X date. And so it's hard to look at this and see really how it works in the big picture, because they'll say like there's a delay and yada yada yada, but in reality they might just take that first, hey, I'm not even gonna risk getting an eviction, I'm gonna get out of town and leave the unit. And so this one's a little bit hard for me. I just wanted to clarify those questions and ask them.
And I think that's the hard part, is that where you enter into those agreements, you don't necessarily go to a hearing. So part of the process is you go into mediation. And then as you're mediating and you come to an agreement, exactly what you're talking about, this would then require them to come back for a full hearing so the judge could enter the judgment.
Okay.
And that's part of why the mediators, I think, were saying adds time to the process for the tenant in this, because it's not like you can come to those agreements and then the judge will issue the order and you're good. Or I forgot exactly what it's called, but it's basically it's a consent agreement on both parties. I think that's kind of the challenge with this.
Yeah.
The other challenge that we've seen with some of these is it does start limiting your we saw this, they had some legislation last time, and in hearing from folks, we started seeing small landlords actually sell their properties.
Yeah.
Because the impact of the legislation was creating so many issues for them. They were just like, yeah, we're just going to sell it. And so it's a good thing because it converts into for sale housing, but you're also losing your affordable housing rental stock that's naturally occurring.
Yeah.
So we've seen that as an unintended consequence to some of this legislation. The other thing is then it just started changing lease terms.
Yeah.
In terms of how they start restructuring their lease to manage it. So those are all the issues that I think the mediation department was talking about in terms of this legislation, not the housing. You had two different viewpoints.
Okay.
One that is a tenant advocate and one that is seeing it on the housing side.
Okay. That's good to know. And so, yeah,
So
I'll go ahead and.
I'm going to interrupt for just a moment. It is almost 11 o'clock. So it's very close to 11 o'clock.
I can make a motion to
So,
extend the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I make a motion to extend the meeting past 11.
Okay,
p.m.
and then so the motion has been made by Councilmember Prieto, seconded by Councilmember Marcin, and we're just going to do a voice vote because there's already an active motion on the table. Everyone?
Aye.
Aye. Everyone in opposition? So that passes 6-1. Okay, continue.
So just last comment, I think what's happening in Colorado, I think this bill is really trying to tackle what's happening in Colorado. I think Boulder County kind of has it together more so versus other counties here in Colorado. I think it might serve many tenants well because those structures and protections are not in place via the city that they live in. That's not true for us. So I'm just going to go ahead and go with staff recommendation and just know that us as council members can probably tweak our internal processes more so to reflect or to solve any kind of issues that we're seeing on tenant sides versus go with this state. Like, this doesn't throw out anything that, it doesn't throw out possible solutions that we could bring via the city to our tenants here. So I'll go ahead and go with staff's recommendation on this one.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sandy, for the work as always. Like you said on the previous bill, I think what was it? Something was the point. The speeding. Sorry, is one of the. I'm not a speeder, but I think honestly, in looking at this bill, you're probably right that the backlog is probably the point. And from my perspective, I think this is a good bill. I think this is a good tenant protection bill. I think it enshrines a lot of things into policy at the state that are going to support a lot of folks in municipalities that do not have the kind of protections that we do and the kind of resources that we do. So while, yes, we can absolutely do more, and we have a great team that deals with these things, if we want to protect working people, you got to codify laws that do it. The bill right now, just for my council colleagues' edification, supported by Southern Poverty Law Center, supported by Colorado Poverty Law Project, Women's Foundation, Colorado Children's Campaign, opposed by the Apartment Association and the Bankers Association. So that's kind of the coalitions, just for edification, that we're talking about. And I think we do a good job, you're right, as a city, creating the kinds of tools that folks need to access if they're in that situation. That is not the case everywhere. I think this does a lot to improve things for working people in our state. And so I appreciate staff's position on this. I'm gonna be supporting the bill and opposed to opposition.
Okay. Before I call on Councilmember Popkin, how does this impact when we have to go through the eviction process for a deceased LHA tenant?
I would hope that wouldn't create extra
No.
bottlenecks.
Would this particular bill create?
You would have to go to a hearing.
So it would add an extra complication.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I just kind of
I
taking
think
off
so.
my mayor hat and putting
Yeah,
on
look
my
at Molly,
LHA
right?
hat.
Looking at Molly, I mean, there's not a difference in the process.
That's a detailed
You don't
question.
have a mediation, you would probably still have to go to a hearing.
I would think so.
Yes.
What do you think?
So I do think, yes, it would extend out the timeline of the process. You would still have to go to a hearing. LHA does mediation regardless.
Yeah,
So
no,
in
that's-
practice, it wouldn't change anything, but
Okay.
No, you'd still have to go to a hearing because it requires
Correct,
a
I'm
hearing.
saying
Yeah,
not
so it would
skipping.
add a hearing.
It would add a hearing,
Yeah.
okay, with a deceased person. Okay.
Well, it's the same process,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I get
It just adds, instead of
Okay.
having the judge just issue the order,
Yes.
you would probably have to go to
Go
a
through a
hearing
hearing,
to
okay.
have the judge
And then it
issue.
also extends the time before we could get it leased out to another tenant.
Yeah, and I think that's behind this. As you extend the time, you extend the cost.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the other side of this, is it does add cost.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very sympathetic to some of the concerns that my fellow council members have raised. Here's my suggestion, though, because I'm also understanding of the risks that this poses the staff have flagged. you know, this is a piece of state legislation, and my suggestion would be we oppose this currently in current form. But we have, correct me if I'm wrong, our Colorado Municipal League liaison right next to me right here. And we have the ability to continue to follow this legislation as it may evolve in the State House if they hear some concerns, and they hear concerns from housing authorities or from municipalities, and there might be some adjustments that are made, in which case then we could reconsider it. Correct, Sandy?
Absolutely.
Like, so we can keep following kind of the development of this, because eviction protections are important. How they are implemented also is important. And so my suggestion is we oppose this in its current form, but we continue to follow this. So the vote would be just to accept staff's recommendation, but we continue pragmatically to follow this. Thank you in advance, Sandy. And maybe we track kind of how Colorado Municipal League is following this too. And they might offer suggestions, and maybe you can even prompt them to look at, hey, what pieces of this can we adjust to make it fit better and better align with
And
the
so
goals and
in order
needs.
to change it to watch, we would have to withdraw this motion?
Oh, no.
you don't want
I'm
to?
supporting.
Oh, okay.
I'm supporting this motion. I'm just saying
Oh.
pragmatically, we can also just follow the bill as it evolves through the State House.
Yes.
So my suggestion is we continue with the current motion on the floor. We approve that, and we continue to track the progress that this legislation makes.
Okay.
If it makes some meaningful improvements through amendments, through committee discussions and hearings, then we could reconsider this and take a position in the affirmative.
Okay.
We certainly can.
I mean, okay. I mean, that, now that I know what I'm going to vote, so let's go ahead and vote. Okay, so that, that carries 4-3 with council members Christ, Councilmember Prieto, and myself in opposition. So, yeah, right, 4 to.
Marcy Hidalgo Faring, MCA.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yes, and myself. No, I'm sorry, Marcine Prieto, yes. No, I said Crystal Prieto.
Thanks, Mayor.
Uh-huh.
And we'll certainly keep an eye on this. The other thing I would just mention is that, certainly our mediators and everyone who's working in housing, we want to keep people housed. We don't want to work towards eviction. We want to work towards keeping people housed and being able to work through it. But doing it in a way that is efficient, regardless of what that outcome looks like. Yeah. Okay, the next one, Senate Bill 26109, concerning building code standards for accessible housing, supported by public money. So this bill updates and clarifies what the accessibility standards in publicly funded housing projects should look like, and aligns all the state references. It's kind of a cleanup bill. Obviously, clear is kind. We want to make sure that we're reducing confusion and improving consistency in the application, and so the staff recommend that the council supports Senate Bill 26109.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem to support, and seconded by Councilmember Christ. Do we have any questions? Nope. Okay, let's go ahead and, okay. Let's go ahead and vote on that. It was the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Christ. Okay, and that carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. The next one, Senate Bill 26093, concerning ensuring compliance with workers' compensation insurance coverage. So this bill prohibits the city from issuing or renewing any building permits unless we have double-checked that the contractor, all their subcontractors, and everybody that works for them has the appropriate workers' compensation insurance. And that puts the burden of checking that and ensuring that those documents are correct on the city before we would give out a building permit. So this just feels like a straight unfunded mandate, and the city staff recommends that City Council opposes Senate Bill 26093.
So moved.
Okay, so the motion to oppose Senate Bill 26093 Senate Bill 26093 has been made by Councilmember Marcin and seconded by Councilmember Christ. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, one clarifying question for staff on this. So on its face, like checking to make sure that there's valid insurance and workers' comp is like not a bad thing. So I'm just curious, like what's our current process for verifying this or making sure that we're not getting ourselves into a predicament?
Yeah, it's not our job to
That's a
confirm
state.
somebody's workers' compensation insurance. So our building inspection folks are making sure that the building work is safe and that
Sure.
the permits are complete and that kind of stuff, and they're not checking to make sure that they have the right workers'
So that's the
compensation
state's
insurance.
requirement to verify that the contractors who are operating with us are on
Now,
file.
if they're working for the city, if they're doing construction for the city, then we require that insurance, including workers' compensation, and we do double-check all that documentation. I can promise you our risk manager looks at every single one of those contracts. But when it comes to the
this is
public-
referring to any issuance of any
issuance
permit
of
on any
permit.
construction project.
Correct. If they're doing the work for the city, we make sure that they're insured and that they have the workers' comp. But this is for everything they might do somewhere else.
Okay. Councilmember
That's for your
Prieto.
clarification.
Just to clarify, so it sounds like whoever brought this forward, like the builder doesn't want to provide the overall workers' compensation for everybody that's under him, and more so everybody who already has their own kind of insurance, like they're trying to save on that cost but put the burden on the staff. Is that what I'm understanding it as?
I'm not sure, because they're required to have workers' compensation insurance.
Okay.
I mean, that's a state requirement.
All right.
And so, but I think what they're trying to do, my guess is that somebody just didn't, and that got into trouble, and somebody didn't get paid, and my guess is somebody got injured or something to that effect.
Okay.
And so they're trying to put the enforcement mechanism on the city's
Okay.
building department, which is not appropriate in our
Okay.
mind.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously.
And then I just wanted to give you one quick update to Senate Bill 2670 concerning the prohibition of governmental entity from accessing a database that stores historical location information. This is the, this is sort of the camera bill that's going on with the state. One of a couple, there's some dueling ones, obviously. But this one actually ended up having several different amendments. So I wanted to give you that update, that there were additional amendments that were made to Senate Bill 70, which included an extended access window from 24 hours to 72 hours following an incident, increased data retention to 30 days, and removed some particular language that was sort of difficult to interpret, including facial images, biometric identifiers. However, 72 hours is still not necessarily still requires a warrant for searches beyond 72 hours. It bans the sale of historical data and prohibits data sharing with out-of-state agencies, many of which we work with. So in consultation with public safety staff, we still want to, the staff has not changed their recommendation for the city council, but I felt like it was important for you to understand that there were some significant amendments to that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and this was just an update. Perfect. Oh, Councilmember Marcin. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. You keep turning yourself off.
Back and forth. Thank you, Mayor. I thank you, Sandy, for bringing that. I actually explicitly asked you to bring that one back because there were 8 amendments that were added to that bill specifically, and those amendments do, I think, a lot of things to make the bill better. I completely understand why, in the mind of our public safety staff and in staff's mind, it's still not a bill that is particularly workable. However, I did want to specifically bring these amendments to, like, this conversation to council, and I was hoping for maybe a little bit more of a wider range discussion. I understand that it's an update necessarily, and if there's not an interest from council in having more conversation, I understand that as well. However, those specific amendments, the biggest problem, I think one of the things that we discussed, that was initially discussed with the bill, was that 24-hour window being extended to 3 days instead of 1. Additional amendment that extends the exception for tolling operations. There's an amendment that narrows the definition of database. There are a lot of amendments here that theoretically make this a better bill, and a bill that in the minds of a lot of folks makes it potentially more workable. Our public safety staff disagrees, but I wanted to bring it to council because we did hear about this bill from the community and specifically our position that we took on it. We got some feedback from the community on that, and I felt since the amendments were updated, it may be worth more of a conversation to see if council has had any additional thoughts on this. Because personally, I would like, maybe not necessarily to see us go to a supporting position, but from personally, I feel either removing our oppositional position, going to monitoring, or simply removing ourselves from an official position on this bill is something I would personally be supportive of. I don't know that I'm willing to make that motion, but I wanted to have the conversation, which is why I specifically asked that this one come back, and I apologize for extending the meeting in that way.
Okay.
But I think it's important because we did hear from the community on this.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable moving this, changing this at this time. Having a chance to talk, especially around the 72-hour warrant for searches and what's been, what public safety has been able to accomplish, that by having access to this technology without having to go through all the extra steps, especially when time is of the essence. So I'm not interested at this time. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, Councilmember Marsing, I appreciate your intent here and the kind of attention you're giving to this, because I share a lot of your concerns or notions here. My suggestion is we continue to monitor it as Sandy is doing and maintain our current position.
Opposed?
You can maintain our current position, but monitor in practice with the intent of that our current position hopefully helps nudge it closer to a direction where we could actually support. So that would be my inclination here. Actually, I think mostly aligned with the spirit of what your thinking is.
Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if there was any feedback that our public safety is giving towards making modifications to where the bill is, because it does look like they're making progress on at least listening to feedback. So I was wondering if the City of Longmont Public Safety has given the author of this bill any feedback on what would be acceptable.
I believe yes, and yes.
So, thank you for the question, Councilmember. Zach Artis, the Assistant City Manager of Public Safety. Early on, there was little to no stakeholder involvement with public safety with the senator that sponsored the bill. I believe since then there's been a little, not a whole lot. I'm not even sure. I received an email, like I think Councilmember Marsing did, that, hey, there's been 6 amendments to this bill. Here they are. We've heard from folks. I've never talked to the senator. I believe that Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar shared a document both with the senator along with our representatives here. I've talked to both of our representatives at the Capitol a few weeks ago, shared the concerns with them. Again, I'm not aware of, I know I personally haven't spoken to the senator who sponsored the bill. I did talk to a co-sponsor on the bill. We did share concerns that we had about the bill. Again, I don't know where this 72-hour came from and why it's 72 hours versus 24 versus 30. Like, I don't know the circumstances behind the 6 amendments that were dropped a few weeks ago, other than there's obviously been conversations at the Capitol by other associations such as CSOC, which is the Sheriff's Association, the district attorneys which oppose it, along with I believe the Colorado Chiefs are in opposition of this also. So there's obviously been some conversations as far as me personally having conversations one-on-one with the actual sponsor of the bill. I have not had those conversations.
Yeah, I apologize for misspeaking on that. We've spoken with our own legislators about it several times, but.
Okay. And I did tell the senator to talk to you, Zach. So, but that was over a week ago, so she hasn't contacted you yet. Councilmember Marsing?
You can go to another. I see another
Okay.
light on, Mayor. I'll come back.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Prieto?
Chief Artis, can you tell me what's the average time frame to obtain a warrant?
So that's not an easy question. So depending on the type of investigation and depending on what you need the warrant for. So not every case requires a warrant. So many investigations we do don't require a warrant. But in order to get a warrant, you have to build what's called probable cause. Then you have to go through the district attorney's office. Our process here in Boulder County is we go through, it's assigned to a district attorney. District attorney then reviews it and determines whether or not they believe there's enough probable cause to take it before a judge. That can take anywhere to a few hours to a couple of days, depending on the district attorney and the type of case that you're working. Then it has to go before a judge. The judge then determines whether or not there's probable cause based on what you're requesting and the evidence that you provide or the information that you provide at the time of the presentation. And then from there, you're issued the search warrant, in essence. So it's really hard. It can take anywhere from a couple of hours to a couple of days, depending on the type of investigation and depending on the type of warrant you're asking for.
Okay. I was just reading the language here. The allowed duration for storing collected data was increased from less than 1 week to 30 days. And so, and obviously, I'm just thinking about, so if you needed, now granted, like investigations could take more than 30 days, right? And so if you need to reference back the data to prove evidence in a case, you recording what the data said is not sufficient, you would have to have the hard data. Is that correct?
So I'm not sure I understand your question, but let me see if I can try to answer it
So
this way.
say this actually like went into effect, and you
Okay.
had 30 days to, it says allowed duration for storing collected data was increased from less than 1 week to 30 days. So you have 30 days to store that data. Is it stored like forever after that because you stored it? Like you have 30 days to secure it, and then you can use that as evidence for whatever case you have opened? Or is it 30 days for you to use that data, and then, but you have to discard it after the 30 days? I guess I'm trying to understand this piece.
Yeah, so the way the current system runs and the way we've run ALPR since we've had them in, I think, in all the state is the data is only kept for 30 days. So for an example, if I drive around today and the ALPR hits my car, right, today, 30 days from the date, all that data disappears. It doesn't exist. It doesn't get stored anywhere else. It doesn't exist. So if I drove down the same street every single day and the ALPR picked up my car, well, it would start rolling off because it only keeps 30 days worth of information. So no, it would be gone after 30 days. So if we didn't develop probable cause or we didn't develop a suspect till day 31 or 32, then we couldn't go back and look at 30 days. We could look at 29 days, we could go back to 30 days, but we couldn't go back to the actual date of the incident.
Okay, and that was kind of my follow-up question was, like, when looking at investigations, now, of course, capacity is a huge thing, right? And I see this as increasing, kind of putting a fire under investigators to follow up versus let it be dragged out because that data's there. I mean, so yeah, so I guess that was my other question was just, obviously some investigations take longer.
Yeah, so Councilman, I would like to clarify, there isn't this dragging out of cases. Yeah. So again, cases come in, there's a process they have to go through to be checked to make sure they're accurate before they get assigned to an investigator. Some of them don't, they get stayed with the officers who took the initial report. Again, there's a lot of factors. So I don't want you to get the impression that somehow we take cases, we're like, oh, this will just wait, we'll deal with this in 30 days. Those cases get assigned and are constantly being worked. And so those time frames, depending on the type of case, yeah, we might be able to handle a shoplifting in 24 hours because we have the individual who we know who did it. We've dealt with the individual before, it's very quick, but we may very well have a homicide too that may take months or potentially years to solve.
Okay.
And so again, I don't want there to be this assumption, particularly to the public, that somehow we're just sitting on cases and not working them. So,
Yeah.
And so this doesn't light a fire under it. We use it as a tool and a resource to help try to expedite cases because we have this technology, we have the ability to do things to potentially identify individual suspects or witnesses in a quicker time frame. So that is where we use that technology. So again, I just want to make sure for the public that's watching tonight and the
Yeah.
public that's here is that we're not dragging out cases or not doing our due diligence on things.
Yeah, no, and I
Okay.
wasn't saying that Longmont Police was at all. I was just thinking kind of the process in which, like, how could this apply? Would it be beneficial? But I think you're right. In some of the more severe cases, where, like homicide and stuff like that, if you need to access data that goes past 30 days, then it doesn't do the public any good. So.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear, you don't just walk in and ask for a search warrant. So that's not how this works.
Yeah.
Like you can't walk in and just go, hey Judge, I need a search warrant today. I need you to sign it for this. The assumption that the ALPR is in itself probable cause is inaccurate. You have to build facts and evidence of the case to develop probable cause. So I have to investigate and get different pieces to put together the puzzle to then be able to go in front of a district attorney and the judge and say, I believe I have enough information to allow me to then access this or to search someone's home, because it's established, in their Fourth Amendment that you have to meet a certain standard in order to get a search warrant. I think the challenge becomes with this law is that all of a sudden the data that's been collected on a public roadway that's accessible to anyone, all of a sudden we now have to jump through hoops. The other challenge I would put forth is the same technology that's used to issue citations for speeding, red light cameras, and speed on green. On one sense, the state is saying, you know what, it's okay to collect money on E470 and HOV lanes using the same technology and the same investigations, but you can't use it for criminal purposes. So I think that for us is a challenge as law enforcement to help us understand the difference.
Yeah.
So I think that's the challenge for us is how is it okay in one setting, but not in another setting?
That's a great question. Thank you.
And I think the 72 hours is another problem, because I've seen examples in communities that I've worked in where you may realize after the fact that something's happened, and then as they're investigating it, you're outside of the 72-hour window theoretically, and you realize we need to check something. And so it's a combination of things that I think, in talking to Zach, really makes this difficult in terms of how they do. And I would argue in some cases on non-criminal issues adds additional work, because at least the way it's written to me, it looks like if you have a missing person, reads like you have to go then get a warrant for a missing person. And so I think it's in aggregate, these things really start making it difficult for officers. And at the end of the day, I would argue elongates the time it takes to deal with issues.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. And thanks to council and really my council teammates for this conversation. This is, I think, what the community is looking for, is some due diligence and thoughtfulness. And thanks to Chief Artis. I know you've thought about this long and hard. I have two quick questions for you. And this is just to help my thinking about ALPRs generally, and I don't think I've asked you this directly. When you're accessing ALPR data, how often are you within or outside of that 72 hours? Like, I know it seems arbitrary, but just in my own, from your perspective, that number seems arbitrary, but in your own experience, like, how often are we okay? Like, what's the percentage there of over or under that line?
I don't know that we track it that way.
Yeah.
We certainly sat down last week and we talked about it, and we showed you the ALPR system and the audit trails that we have. We don't really track it within that. What we do typically can track and look at is how long a case takes. And I don't have that data in front of me, but typically how long a case will traditionally take us. We can access that ALPR information very quickly if we have vehicle information or we think we have something that may help quickly identify an individual suspect or a missing person. Someone's missing, we have they left in a Dodge Durango. The family doesn't necessarily know the tag, but knows the general area, and sometimes we can use it as a tool. Again, we only have 15 in the city. It's not like we have one on every single street.
Yeah.
The other piece is that again, sometimes through investigation. So again, if I'm knocking on a door and you're not at home because you work at night, it may take me 2 or 3 days to have contact with you.
Because I'm here with you.
Correct.
Artis,
You're
yeah,
here hanging out
absolutely.
late at night with me. And so the problem becomes is, again, getting to identify witnesses, getting to identify other areas of information, and then bringing that back. So I don't have a specific time frame that says, on average, our cases take 96 hours to solve. I can't tell you that. Each case is unique on its own, and it's different, and it unfolds differently.
I guess I'm more specifically asking about that first time that you're tapping into that ALPR system. The first, the initiation of using that data.
Sure.
And how specific, because I'm thinking specifically the bill, this specific restriction in the bill,
Yeah.
how limiting a factor is that for you is I guess really what I'm trying to get
Yeah,
at.
I mean, so the bill does allow us to have unlimited access after 72 hours.
Mhm.
The problem becomes is depending on the types of cases we investigate. Every domestic is not the same.
Mhm.
Every robbery is not the same. Every sexual assault's not the same. No two cases are ever the same. There are similarities in those cases. But again, depending on what information we get from what that comes in, reference to a vehicle, because that's what it's used for, is only vehicles, depends on when we would access it. If I had a robbery at the 7-Eleven, but there's a camera down the street, yeah, I could look at it, but I don't know what I'm looking for. But if the clerk tells me, or we find a video the next day across the street that shows a dark colored vehicle pulling out, and let's just say at southbound, and we happen to have a camera a couple blocks away, we would look at the camera to look for a dark vehicle to then start eliminating or identifying potential suspects. So again, each and every case is different depending on what information is brought to you early on in that investigation. So as the investigation goes on, we get more information.
Yeah.
So again, not every case starts with a vehicle description.
What I'm hearing is it takes time to develop those leads to make it workable.
Correct. yes.
And then just the last question, what would it take to Councilmember Popkins' question about monitoring, what would it take from public safety's perspective to make this bill workable?
I think there's quite a few things. I think one, we need clarity on the whole discrepancy of why it's okay for generate revenue by governments, but you can't use it for the community to keep it safe. So I think that's a clarity we need to understand, why there's a difference of expectations, right? Like this is okay, this is not. The search warrant piece is really absurd. There's so much that I think legislators don't understand about obtaining a search warrant and the complications and the challenges to get that. There is this whole reporting system that has to occur that's going to create additional FTE for us that we need to now document. So if it goes through, the state already has, I think, a fiscal note on this. I think it's around $1 million plus. It would create a fiscal note for us because I'm going to have someone track all the search warrants we do. So again, let's just assume that we used it 100 times after 72 hours, right? Or even, let's just say 30. Just say we used it 30 times in a month. That's 30 search warrants. Over a year, that is 360 search warrants that we now have to keep track of. We have to report back to the state in whatever this format is. So there are multiple issues in this. There's an issue about whether or not they've removed. So we had talked about body cameras being available for CORA requests. This is not a CORA request, even though they removed it, but there's still language in there about transactions. Well, if you're coming and asking for CORA request, that is still a transaction. And it says we're not allowed to do that. There's still questions about how the data is stored and kept and what the company can actually, like, let's just say a third party keeps the data stored for us. What does that mean? So what can and can't do? Because right now it sounds like they can do maintenance, but there's some other things, not doing anything with the data to look at it, but where's those limits of what the company can do? There's major issues now with the change in the language of how we actually connect with agencies outside the state. So let's just assume, and I think I had used this example with you, the elderly lady missing out of Tucson, Arizona. If the FBI was to call me today and this law was in place and said, hey, I need you to check and see if this tag came through your city in the last 30 days, I couldn't give them the information because it says the jurisdiction is only agencies in Colorado and I can't share it with it. So it becomes an issue for us that when we have issues, because crime doesn't stop at the city limits, nor does it stop at state lines, I cannot communicate with other law enforcement agencies outside related to criminal cases or finding missing people or individuals and tell them that this individual is here because, again, the way the language is written, it limits me only to Colorado jurisdiction. So I think, the question really boils down to is there really needs to be more stakeholder involvement in conversations. I think public safety is one of the first people to agree, both with the public and with this council, that it is utmost importance to protect people's rights. And it's utmost importance to protect their information and do that. And we've done that over and over again with NCIC for the last probably 60 years that's been around. And so again, a tool and a resource that we have that gives us a vehicle description helps and keeps our community safer. I understand the concerns and the fear of the community. We have audit trails. We'll come back on the 23rd. We'll talk more in detail about what we're going to do in our continued commitment to the community to keep their information safe, to keep them safe. But again, there's a lot of pieces within this bill that have there's not a lot of clarity on how it would actually operate and how we could actually apply it until we actually do it. And then it creates a whole host of issues that I think a lot of folks don't see behind blind corners. And so I don't know that that really answered your question, but there's about 4 or 5 major things that really would need to be adjusted within this bill to be able to make it workable. And I think public safety from day one has been willing to work with both our senators and our state legislative representatives to make this bill better so that we can, again, find a middle ground. But I think when you present a bill like this and the challenges that it creates for public safety, it really hurts our abilities to continue to serve the community the way we have. So, yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now on to mayor and council comments. Do we have any comments, really? No, we weren't supposed to vote on it. There was no motion. It was an update. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I appreciated the discussion on multiple, like a range of different topics tonight, and I appreciated how council showed up and many members of the public. I did want to reflect back on last week briefly and just apologize to my fellow council members. At the end, I had said that I had not spoken twice when I had, and I just want to acknowledge I was not trying to take advantage of any council rules. I just literally forgot.
No worries about that. And you know what? I don't hold a grudge. And then I was like, I totally forgot about that. So yeah, no worries. So thank you. Councilmember Marcin.
Well, this speeder does hold a grudge, Mayor. No, joking. Thank you for that, and thank you. No, there's other things there that, yeah, agreed with a lot of Councilmember Pato's thoughts. Anyway, I just wanted to let council know I will be gone next week. I will be out for a family commitment, and I just wanted everybody to be aware that you'll be down 1. So you'll be at 6, and I have let the mayor and city manager know.
Yeah,
So
thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to applaud everybody for the ribbon cutting that we went to today at Ascent. That was a very emotional event that we went to, and the mayor was very good with very large, sharp scissors.
Thank you.
But it's really a project that I am proud of, and I know everybody put in a lot of work into this. And Molly, congratulations on such a successful event. It was truly heartwarming, and I applaud everybody for all your hard work, and the things that council does up here eventually does come to fruition. So thank you for everybody's hard work. I was really pleased.
So you stole my thunder, but so I don't need to repeat that, but thank you. Now we're on to city manager remarks.
Comments, Mayor, Council.
City attorney remarks.
No comments, Mayor.
Very good. So, okay, we have a motion to adjourn. Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, we are adjourned.